Hello, everybody. Mike's pretty far away. Alright, let's do like right there. Right above the camera. Boom. Hello, everybody. Calcio was in here earlier. I'd love to partake, but it's rather late here. I wish you a nice stream, though. Yeah, thank you, Calcio. If you see the VOD of this, thank you, man. I hope you're having a good day, time, wherever it is right now. When you see the VOD, of course. Or if you don't see the VOD, all the same. Hope you're doing good, man. So, today, we are going to be doing painting and assembly of my Horus Heresy stuff. These guys just came out of the print. I did run them through my UV, the UV rays. I don't know. They sound pretty solid, and the thing is they feel very rubbery still, so I think I might run at least a few of these back through the UV machine. Also, they still look a little slimy on the inside, so maybe... Well, anyway, I just wanted to real quick dry these off. Yeah, oh, that is super small. This is what happens when I adjust the size of stuff. That's just half everything. 600 by 600. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. That should be good. Alright. Hey, Tiki the Hut. How you doing? Howdy, friendly Conflict 47 bolt action player here. Oh, hi, nice. Yeah, I am actually interested in getting into bolt action. Well, not necessarily bolt action. Conflict 47, though. That looks interesting to me. Again, the historical war games aren't my shtick, but that's not really anything against not really anything against war games. The historical war games or anything. It's just not my bag. But Conflict 47, I haven't looked into, and I know the models are pretty transferable. But you know, I've been thinking about getting into that. But right, if I'm planning on getting into that, I'm gonna have to budget for it, which is gonna be much later down the route. Yeah, right now we're gonna be working on Horus Heresy stuff on this stream, which I hope you don't mind. But good to have you on. How you doing? So give me a hug. How you doing? Good evening, my friend. Good evening to you as well. Hope you're doing well and you're having a good afternoon. And Kiro, hey, what's up? Not much. We're gonna be working on Horus Heresy stuff. Again, I'm probably gonna run through a couple of these. I'm really trying to get that like sliminess that's in the center there. I thought they were dry when I ran them, but they clearly are not. I'm not sure that's the water they were run through either. No, still all rubbery. So these guys will definitely have to be run again. But I think that's good for now. My obsessive compulsiveness is just I want to go through all these and get them all thoroughly wiped off, but at the same time I want to run them. I want to put them through the UV so I can use them, because I would really like to use these guys pretty quick here tonight, because my goal with this stream is, well, I don't have a specific one, it's just general hobbying, but I do want to start the stream with some assembly, assembling some squads and stuff with some of these unique 3D printed pauldrons. These pauldrons, it might be hard to tell from there, but they're my Blood Angels pauldrons, because my Horus Heresy army is Blood Angels, and I'm trying to get these all set for that. Again, I ran them through I ran them through a wash. It's water washable resin. I ran them through a wash, and then I UV'd them, but it doesn't look like they dried. So we're gonna have to go through another round of UV blasting them, at least a set of them. I'm hoping the heads came out better, because not only did I get these pauldrons all printed off of my 3D printer, but I also got some heads. Oh yeah. Matthew Gordon, what's up? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? I think I turned my autofocus on. Yeah. So I also got these custom heads that came out. Some of them didn't come out super good. I think there's something wrong with my printer. I think it might be the bed. Probably gonna have to sand it a little bit since I've used it so much. But yeah, got different custom Blood Angels heads here. Yeah, this is for the Sergeant veterans right there. Yeah. So some of them didn't come out of the print very good, and I had to throw a couple away. But the vast majority of my prints came out really good for these, so I was really happy with them. The heads look all set; they're good to go and start gluing them on. But it's the pauldrons that I think need another chance to get UV blasted. Yeah, heads are pretty solid. So. Yep. Good, retired yourself? I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. This last week has been a bit nuts, but overall it's not too bad. Hey, Jackson the Flint Knight, how you doing? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Welcome. How you doing? Let me do these real quick. I gotta double check that the autofocus is turned off. It should be. No, it's not. Okay, great. Thank you, webcam, for listening to me earlier when I said turn off your freaking. Now to pull out the currently already painted Blood Angels, which I keep so daintily in this little box here. Yeah, set those guys over there. Yeah, this is my first squad that I have already got assembled and started painting. They're probably gonna, well, I say probably, they're going to be the ones I'm gonna get to paint later. Let me hit it. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's a small drop in your hopefully future Conflict 47 operational fun bucket. Thank you. Zombies, werebears, werewolves, big stompy mechs, jetpack troops, and Tesla guns. What's not to love, right? I mean, I love werewolves, so you could have just said that. I'm sold. I think is the thing that drew me to it, at least from some of like the images and stuff I've seen. Yeah, I also got this guy and this guy and these guys. My Blood Angels are really decked out here. Actually, for anybody who might be new to my streams, give me a 1 in the chat if you guys want to see my Sanguinius. Because I do have a Sanguinius model that's I fully painted and stuff, but I keep it with like other stuff. I'm debating on setting up my directional light over here. That way, because I know there's like a heavy shadow. Yeah, you can see it right there. So I'm thinking about putting a directional light over here. But at the same time, that's going to make it so the webcam has like this blinding light right next to me. 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's pretty conclusive off the bat. Actually, let me do this. Let's try that. See if that helps me avoid having to put a directional light to blind everybody. Alright, let me go grab it. Labu. Yeah, this is my Sanguinius model. Fully painted by me, by the way. I do commissions and stuff like that for like other people, but this one was for me. Light might be a little intense. But this is my Sanguinius. I keep hearing the alert code off. What the hell? Hopefully it's not bugged. Uh-oh, I'm gonna be bugged. Because there's no new notifications. That's awesome, thank you. Yeah, on the bit, yeah. What the hell's going on with those alerts? I'm gonna get rid of the alert box because it's glitching. That did not help. Wait, where's the sound being generated from? What the heck? Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'll mute my output thing because it's being generated from the output capture, but I'm not sure what's actually generating the sound. Did I break it? No, I don't know what's going on. And it's not your bad. It's just going off for some reason on repeat. I just deleted the alert box to try and like spare myself of having it repeat, but that's not helping. Maybe somebody will put it back. It won't stop. What the heck? Gotta love modern technology. I really don't want to stop the stream and restart OBS because it might completely disconnect. I might have to start completely over again. I don't want to do that. I don't know why it is going off. And it's still going. Like it's... Jesus, why is that repeating so much? Switch. Let me see if switching scenes will do anything. Okay, it doesn't seem to be affecting it. It's still going. You got a bunch of Totem Core from your conflict. You need some vamps and werewolves. Okay, yeah, that's super. I'll just turn off my headphones. It's still going to be generating the sound, but I won't be able to hear it at least. Can you guys hear it? Hopefully the answer is no. Yeah, let me know if you guys can hear it. If not, then we'll be fine. And I'll just let it go on its broken repeat. But as long as we can't hear it, might as well not be going, right? Alright, but yeah, this is my Sanguinius. All painted up for the tabletop. I decided to go do a gold rim there. Not here right now? Good. Good, that's what I want here. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see, especially with this lighting. But there's a panther. I did do the panther pattern. I painted him in sub-assembly, so... Yeah, you can make out the little panther work around there. Yeah, red cape. The wings were pretty straightforward. I just did an undercoat of like a blue, and then I dry brushed white on everywhere else. I was debating doing like a wash through it to make it look dirty, but I decided, nah, no need. But that is my Sanguinius for my Blood Angels. Yeah, so this is all the models I already have assembled and primed. I even have these guys here. If you're wondering why I did like a double base here, this is the base they're supposed to be on, the larger one. This 32 mil is not the one they're supposed to be on. Well, actually, when the Horus Heresy box set came out, there was a confusion in the community about that. It's like, wait, are these guys supposed to be on 32, or are they supposed to be on 40? And Games Workshop sent the most unhelpful FAQ I've ever seen explaining it, saying, oh, well, they're supposed to be on 40 mil. We're like, oh, okay, so 40 mil. And they went, but if you want to play it on 32, that's fine too. Which is it? I don't think they ever confirmed, like, this is the one you need to do. I don't think they ever did that. So, that's unfortunate. But, yeah. I put them on a smaller base because I had spare 32s to put on this one. So, they'd be elevated because I plan on using a texture paint paste all the way around here. So, it looks like they're on the mount of a hill. So I did that for both the HQ units the box set came with. So it's going to be chock full right there. Boom. So that's the strategy with those. And this is, I believe this is Cato Sicarius, if I'm not mistaken of the name. And he is a pretty cool model, not gonna lie. Yeah, I believe he's also an HQ unit for the Blood Angels, but I got him in a unique box set. I say unique. I don't mean that like he's like a special model or anything. It's just I got him shortly after the Horus Heresy launch, and it was I've only seen the one box of him like so far at my local hobby shop. So yeah, like I said, that is of all the assembled stuff. The finished painted guys I did, by the way, you'll notice none of them have beaky helms. That is because I chose not to go with beakies, because it doesn't really fit the aesthetic of Blood Angels, for one, and for two, I'm not really the biggest fan of the beaky helm. I don't hate the beaky helm. I actually think it looks cool, but I don't think it looks cool if you see 100 of them. Like, for me, they're like a cool special helmet you can put on the rare model. So it makes that model feel like it stands out a bit more. It feels like it's more unique. But I definitely don't like the idea of it being the bog standard helm for the Legionis Astartes during the Horus Heresy. So I ended up 3D printing these helmets. I believe these are Mark 6. Yes, I believe these are Mark 6. Mark 6 or Mark 4. I don't know. I think the beakies are Mark 4, if I'm not mistaken. So these would be Mark 6, but it might be the other way around. Sometimes my brain mixes up the details. But I printed off these helms because they were active during the Horus Heresy. And for me, they look better as like the standard amongst my Marines as opposed to the beakies. Which, as you guys can see, I reserved the beakies for the HQ units. So again, it helps them feel more unique, even though their armor already does that. Boom. The bases these guys are on are also, you'll notice, custom. I also 3D printed those for them, so that they're all on like a variation of like an Imperial World kind of base, right there. Boom, boom. And all of them I have hand painted decals on. That's kind of a habit of mine. I don't like doing transfers. Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, I don't like doing transfers. I just don't think they look very good. So I tend to hand paint my own sigils and own symbols and stuff. I also did it for my Black Templars for 40k. Yeah. I think it looks way better and blends in way better. Decals almost always, no matter how well you blend them in, they always look a little off to me. So that's why I like painting them on. Plus it also makes it look like the unit, like the person who's in the armor did it themselves, right? Like it feels like a custom piece they added to their own material. So that's why I like to add that in. You love bolters with bayonets? I do too. I think that looks awesome. That's why all of them have bayonets. Affix bayonets. Oh yeah, that was me. This is the fanciest I went with all the decals I put on them. I don't think it came out that great, but I'm sticking with it because, you know, I tried to make it look as good as possible. But this is a decal I went with for this guy here. Again, could have come out better. And you guys see what I was going for, right? I was looking to like do like a little angel decal because, you know, Angel Buddy, their Primarch. He's Daddy's best boy, you know. He's like, Dad, look, I did a drawing of you, and with Sanguinius personality, you know, he'd be like, thank you, son, I appreciate it. I'm gonna put it right on the fridge. Gold star, even though it looked like shit. So yeah, those 5 plus Sanguinius are all said and done. Like they're set to go. I might do some touch-ups with Sanguinius in a couple spots, but generally he's all set. Like I'm very proud of how he came out, and I put a good chunk of hours into him. So you better have. Boop. Hey, what is hate? Mark 6 is the beakies. So it's Mark 6 is the beakies, so these would be Mark 4s, if I'm not mistaken then. Yeah. Like I said, I figured I might have those flipped. Mark 5 is just a mix of Mark 3, 4, and 6. Oh, that's in a mix of all three. You're pretty skilled at painting these. Years of practice pays off, am I right? I mean, yeah, I've been in the hobby for a decade. This year makes a decade of being in the Warhammer community and hobby. Yeah, I'd say practice makes perfect. My very first models I don't even have anymore, but they look terrible. They certainly don't look as good as these guys came out, and are coming out. Like, these definitely look pretty good by comparison. Even then, like, there's still plenty of flaws with these guys. I do got to add weathering on their, like, at least their chutes and boots and stuff. Even though with Blood Angels it kind of makes sense for them to be a little bit more polished and painted up and cool looking, or smooth looking, if you will. I definitely could touch some stuff up just by making it look a little bit more like it belongs in a battlefield. Alright, so now that I've done all the showcase stuff, I do want to do, like I said before, a little assembly. So we're just going to zoom out a bit so you guys can see more of the T-booth. Yeah, I'm going to do assembling a couple of models, but before I do want to throw these guys. And, well, I say these guys. I want to throw at least a handful of the pauldrons back in my UV machine to hopefully solidify them a little bit better so they're ready to go to be glued on. Yeah, I'll just do a handful of them rather than try and put them all in, because we only need 10 for like a squad of 10 at most, which we're probably not going to do. I'm probably not going to assemble a full squad of 10. Just assemble a few more to set up the next squad, and then we'll get to painting the remaining guys I have here, which I'm saving the HQs for another day. So mainly I'm going to be trying to finish this squad of 10 with their sergeant and the rest of the tactical squad, which should not take too long. Most of the process has already been done. It's just putting down the metallics, painting the bases, the rims, stuff like that. So there we are. The Horus Heresy pattern is why it is a mix. Mark 4 is the Maximus. So yes, I believe these are the Maximus. Alright. Show them on live chat. There we go. Alright, so I just want a couple of the veterans, and the rest we'll do. So there's 5. Alright, there we go. So I'm going to just throw these 10 in real quick. Boom. Oh. And as I said before, the heads are already kind of all set, so these guys will be set over here. Ooh. Alright, so they're going to do a round on one facing side, then I'll flip them and drag them back over. So let's pull out the kit here. So, I still have plenty of the Horus Heresy box set left to do for Marines. And I have plenty of already pre-printed bases for each of them. Again, I want my whole Blood Angels force to have similar bases, given the consistent scenery I want them all to have. So we're gonna assemble through a good chunk of them, and thankfully with these upgrade kits, I don't have to worry too much about certain aspects of each unit. So I'll just have the box on the side here. Woo. Yeah, the thing is, when I got the box set, the Horus Heresy box set, like when it came out, and it was a pretty generous gift from my ma, because you know I'm like really into this stuff. I was gonna save up for it like months after the original, like the re-release of Horus Heresy version 2. I was super hype for it, and she saw that and we like were in town. We stopped by my local hobby shop. It was there available. And I was like, ah, man, I wish I had pre-ordered it. Wish I could buy it. But I just don't really have the money right now. And my mom pulled me aside and goes, how much do you like this hobby? I went, you know me. I've been painting them for years. She went, yeah, other kids liked Legos. You were really into dumber stuff. I went, thanks, Ma. Thanks for calling my hobby dumb. She went, yeah, it's really dumb. Really dumb. It's super expensive. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I'm like, thanks for berating me in public. She went, how much does it mean to you? I like it a lot. Okay. Is it enough that, theoretically, if I were to get you like this super expensive box that we're staring at right now, would I have to get you anything for Christmas? No. What about your birthday? No. What about your birthday and Christmas? No. You promise? Yes. I won't ask for anything. Sir, can we get this box set thing here? It was in a case, so. He's like, sure, ma'am. The guy, like, you could tell the guy was like, hold on, the older lady is asking about this. So he was like, ma'am, do you know how much this is? She went, yes, I can see the ridiculous price tag. Okay. And she spent all that money on it, and I was so grateful. And to just express how good my mother is when Christmas was coming up, she asked after that, she asked me like, all right, what do you want for Christmas? And I said, Ma, you got me the Horus Heresy box set. You spent enough. She went, you know, you could have just not reminded me. What, you want me to hope you'd forget? Well, I'd never forget, but at least pretend. She still got me stuff for Christmas. Yeah, my mom is an awesome lady. So she's the best. Yeah. Also, what I like about the plastic kit, by the way, just kind of switch a little bit, is literally you got Marine, and so you got like the 5 Marines right there with all their bits. I love with this kit, I don't have to get some bits here, and then I go to the next, like, sprue set and have to get a bit there. Oh, and then I gotta go to another one, all for just one model. Instead, they're all right fucking there. Like, all the pieces you need for one, if you're going one at a time, right there. So, I really like these particular sprues for these kits. A lot less frustrating. Actually, we also get to skip a couple of these because we're not putting these ones on because of these bad boys. Alright. So, get my little kit out here. We need our snippers, of course. Always gonna need them bad boys. Gonna need our hobby knife because, you know, giving myself some more scars. Why the hell not? And of course, for them gun barrels, we're gonna need our little screw job there. And for the precision like placement, we get our tongs there. And of course, for getting rid of those pesky little bumps off the sprue, we got 2 sanding sticks. One of a finer grit, one of a slightly less finer grit. Hell yeah. If I do say so myself. So we got our little kit all ready to go. Oh, by the way, If you guys ever like are, if for example, if anyone watches this stream who's not into this stuff and or doesn't do the mini collecting maybe, and you're thinking of getting into it, for any hobby by the way, I think bolt action would, anyone who plays bolt action would agree with this. I'd hope. Don't get this hobby knife. This thing is a piece of shit. Like this is, look how much that bends with the slide. I'm not even really pushing down that hard. That is completely this comes in like a larger kit set that's like super cheap. If you see this on the pic, this is a piece of shit. This is a terrible hobby knife. So don't get this. Do not get that. Get a proper X-Acto knife. Get an actual proper knife. This, like a scalpel. This is way better. It doesn't bend with the slightest bit of force. It doesn't bend at all if it's tight enough on there. And the blades are super easy to switch in and out. So, always get with those. Alright. And now, we shall... Oh, a shitty knife. Yes. Avoid getting a shitty one. If you can. And we are ready to go. Oh, by the way, I recommend for anybody, if you don't have plastic glue or cement or like the little cement glue, just get super glue. I use a super glue exclusive. I tried using cement glue or plastic glue before. I've never really liked it. Never really liked it for assembly. Maybe I'm weird that way. Probably. Alright, so let us get into the snipping. Snipper, snappy, snapper, snappy. Snapper, snappy, snapper, snappy. Alright. So. Oh yeah, for next topics to talk about, I was going to broach the subject of Arch made a video on the Midwinter Minis stuff. That actually surprised me. I was surprised he did it, because I actually, before that uploaded, I was in a stream with Kibbs and the Bickering Bunch, and we were just playing the new Starship Troopers game, Starship Extinction. Starship Troopers Extinction, sorry. And Arch popped in for a short second, you know, and it was cool to say hi. I've heard the guy's voice many times since the last time we talked, but that was the first time I'd heard his voice to, you know, talk to. And, you know, I threw his way, like, I was curious if he was going to cover it. I was like, hey, Arch, you know, are you going to talk about that at all? And I wasn't going to push it. Like, I wasn't, like, going to make him do it or anything. I wasn't going to be like, oh, man, you really got to cover it. I just was curious. And he didn't sound that enthused about it. He, like I said, have you heard of it? And he went, yeah. And from that, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, watching Kib stream. I went to bed. What happened? Well, I'm telling you. So I pitched that to him. He didn't seem that interested, and that was kind of it. Like after that, the conversation just sticked with the game, which made sense. It was what we were actually doing at the time. And I told everyone on my I didn't tell everyone. I told a couple of my friends on the server who like asked about it. Like, hey, is Arch gonna be covering it? I heard you talk to him. I went, I don't think so. He didn't sound that interested in the situation. But to be fair, he was working on a lore video at that moment. It was like early in the morning for him or late at night for him, one of the two, or both, depending on your perspective. Probably in like the wee hours of the sunrise. So yeah, it was. But put my foot in my mouth. I should have known. The very next day, that's when the video uploaded, and his video is probably the best on the subject, better than mine, I think. And I think a lot of people did videos on par or better than mine for the most part. Mine, I was very casual because for me, the whole situation didn't really deem itself worthy of like treating it super seriously or super over the top. Like it just didn't warrant it for me. And when other people started covering it, everyone else like approached it a lot more seriously than me, with the exception of like 1 or 2 other creators who did like a tongue-in-cheek type deal thing. But most everybody else was super serious. Like, you know, when they covered it with this cadence of, you know, of like, for one person, I can't remember the name of the creator. I feel bad because this would be a good time to shout them out. But one creator made a video where they were like, "I want to play the bad guy." Like, that was the title of their video, and in it they really broached like the historical aspect of it, and they talked about how in games sometimes people want to play the bad guy, not because they idolize the bad guy or anything like that, but just because it's fun. It's like the old cops and robbers concept, right? Like, some people just, you know, when you're in a game like that, sometimes you want to be the other side because you can be the villain without it actually deeming you having to do something actually bad. Everyone knows it's in good fun. It's just playing pretend. And that was but the way they did their video was super serious and like talking about like history. Like, they literally did a segment in their video with like, if we go back in history, and I'm like, wait, hold on. And he's like, he talked about like how in chess there's like, you know, the white pieces and the black pieces. I'm like, okay. he's like, you know, oh, like in ancient war games that we can track back from ancient days of yore. I'm like, in my video, I just said guy was dumb and the whole concept was stupid. That's all I did. I just said it was stupid. So I don't know. I did feel kind of at that point, you know, I was doing that like, you know, did I go too easy on the situation? Was I too flippant? Like, I don't know. I was funny, though. Like, so many other people took it way more seriously than I did. Alright, let's see these little connector spots. Make sure I'm in the camera there. There we go. This will be my sweet spot. Arch was like, hold my Bud Light. That Bud Light shit is also stupid. But that's much more political. And definitely not hobby related, so I'm not getting into that one. What is love, love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more, no more. Mold line right there. I'll scrape that out with the X-Acto knife though. And it's better to get those mold lines like right there, that aggressive one if you see it in the light. And it's better to get those with the X-Acto knife because it's more of a precise scrape. Meanwhile, sanding leaves a little bit of a texture behind. Hope that's intentional. There's little like indent markings in there. By the way, no one imitate what I do with the X-Acto knife. I am not a safe hobbyist. I will tell you guys that right now. I am not safe. By the way, I just glanced at my output capture that I have muted. It's still capturing that alert sound. It is definitely broken, ladies and gentlemen. They have broken the damn thing. But as Arch said, making a history game with most of the factions missing seems a step backwards. It does. It does. It is first of all, it's stupid to do because at that point, it defeats the purpose of doing a historical game. Like, who wants to play a historical game based in World War II, but none of the access are available to play? It's like, okay, weird. It's even weirder if no one plays them. It's like it's like the concept of playing cops and robbers, but no one's allowed to play the robber. Okay, well, why play then? Like you're completely taking out an aspect of it. Oh, it might be offensive to somebody. It's like, here's the thing. There were people who replied to my video on it that like were like, you know, bolt action should be forced to make their customer base. One jackass unironically said this. He said, as a German, I believe that bolt action should be forced. That's what he said. He said, should be forced to educate their clients. Well, he didn't say their clients. He said their customer base on the war, on World War II. That's stupid. Now, here's the thing. History buffs are already the ones playing that game, let's be honest. So, they don't need to be. Most people who are playing bolt action already have an ingrained or an ingratiated interest, at the very least, baseline, in World War II. They already have that. So, it'd be redundant to forcefully, like, educate them or tell them about the sequences of the war and the different theaters of war and what happened, the crimes that were committed. It's just, that'd be redundant at best. And at worst, what it would actually be is super stupid. Because when it comes to that stuff, I don't think, like, it's a company, it's not a corporation's job nor prerogative to educate me about their product. Past what I need to know for safety, because, like, absolutely, they should be forced to put, like, a warning label on all their shit. Hey, if you're, like, working around children, make sure you're careful, because this thing contains small bits that could be accidentally choked on a child. And guess what? In most countries, that's already a thing. Like, required by law. It's a safety thing. Or if a company's selling me a firearm or selling me some kind of combustible, obviously have chemical warnings, have the composition warnings, have all that stuff there. This is a plastic fucking toy. Okay? It's a toy at the end of the day. What the fuck does bolt action have to do to educate me about their product? I hate to break it to that guy who left that comment, but bolt action doesn't own World War II. So them educating me about their products, their product wasn't World War II. Their product is plastic imitating World War II. So, like, forcefully, like, giving me a dissertation about the war and all that crap is not their job, nor do I want a corporation telling me what I should think about those kind of things. Like, no, that's not their place. If I want to learn that stuff, guess what? There is a place where that is the prerogative of you to learn, and that's called school. And even then, if schools are not that good at teaching history, because first of all, most teachers teach it biasly. So I screwed up the middle lines, that's good. That will be sanded. There's been many other. I mean, yeah. The bolt action aren't the only ones who make World War II models. That's correct. Like, I like, the person who left that comment seriously needs to get a life. Like, I just don't understand that concept, you know, like, oh, a company should be forced to educate its customers about this thing because I deem it super serious. Even though it's a game about, even though it's a plastic game. It's basically overinflated chess. You know, you don't see anybody complaining, saying that chess, like, the makers of chess need to, like, do a huge dissertation on, like, racial conflict because the chess pieces are fucking white and black. Like, no, it's stupid. It's stupid. Jesus Christ, why do people subscribe so much seriousness to this crap? Oh, God. People need to get a life. And yesterday. I remember, like, when like talking about like Warhammer to people and stuff, I don't think anyone ever questioned, like when I talked about the Imperium, like when I talked to somebody who doesn't know 40k, for example, and I talked to them about like the Imperium, I talked to them about like the Drukhari and all the horrible shit. I don't think I've, even by a non-Warhammer fan, I don't think I've ever been like approached or like reproached and being like, so dude, you telling me there's like a faction in that like rapes people, or you're talking about a faction in that is like mutilates people or like oppresses people? Bruh, that means you're a Nazi. No. Most of my friends would be like, dude, that sounds badass. And this is a game where you collect like little plastic models and glue them together and paint them? I'm like, yeah. Dude, if it wasn't for that, I'd get into it. I'm like, you can! Get into the lore, read the books! This world's so weird. But, anyway. The more people like that whine and bitch, people will buy more German minis. I mean, yeah, that is the eventual end result. And I think that goes without saying to anybody who has a brain. Like, you don't defeat or annihilate or, you know, you don't fight the fash, if you will, by literally going out and threatening people with baseball bats and shit, or threatening them with cancellation. All you do by doing things like that is you create the enemy you're so afraid of, supposedly. And I touched on that on the open mic stream. I touched on that in other videos and stuff. Like, it's, and in comment sections. The fastest way to create Nazis, to create fascists, to create authoritarians, to create transphobes, to create homophobes, to create any, like, controversial person or figure is by calling them that, even though they're not one, and then ascribing to them all those things, and then treating them like they're that thing. That doesn't make them not want to be it, because they already know they're not, but they're being treated like they will. So the human brain ends up going in one direction. It's like, okay, I'm already not this thing, but I'm treating this way, and the person who's treating me like this hates this so much. Well, guess what? Just to get back at them, I will now subscribe to this ideal. Like, there are people who are, you know, that ready to shift things if they're treated bad enough. The average person is super forgiving and super kind if you are like that to them back. It's like, it's the old saying of, you catch more honeys with you catch more bees with honey than vinegar, or more flies with honey than vinegar. It's one of those sayings. You just treat people with respect, and if you really do want to have those like ideological debates and shit, first of all, don't have them in a hobby space. Like 40k, bolt action, historical wargaming, fantasy wargaming, it doesn't matter. This is not the space to have those debates. Like, no one goes to a hobby shop wanting to be lectured at. They go to look at the latest models and latest miniatures. That's why people go to hobby shops. They also go to meet other hobbyists and maybe make some friends and set up a time when everyone can play a game together and, you know, have a good time. That's what people in this hobby do. So it's just, it is tiring to see it like creeping in more and more. Super irritating. Yes, but who wants to catch flies? I mean, you want to catch them to kill them, to be fair. But the saying is about, like, you know, actually catching them, though. Adjust my chair. Okay. And you. But to get on more positive topics, anyone want to bring up any kind of topic that's, you know, more positive than the one I brought up? I got a couple more I could bring up, like, of different things. I guess we could also talk about the more hobby-focused issue right now with the kits that are being discontinued. Yeah, just play some games, eat some food, more like to play role-playing games. But I like seeing my minis used at the shop. Yeah, I like seeing me use at the shop too. I like using my minis at the shop. Although I will say this, I'm actually in a bit of a dry spell in terms of tournaments and stuff lately. I've missed out on like 3 or 4 months straight of tournaments at my local hobby shop that hosts them. And I've felt like super depressed about it. Like each time I've had to miss one, it's like, oh, I have to miss it because I'm working on this. I have to miss it because I'm doing this. It always feels so terrible. And they host them on Sundays too, which there's almost always something going on Sundays, man. I don't know what it is about Sundays, but they always seem full on my schedule. So I really am eager to play again, like on a table and just chill. Oh, it's been so long. I feel like I feel like an addict who's been like missing out on my fix. Plastic crack, Ram, am I right? Now my least favorite part, and the part that usually ends up getting me stabbed. The gun barrel. Might be a little bit low. There we go. Viewed the gun barrel. I sanded off the rough parts from the sprue. Boom. And here we go. You like the metal models better? Universally? Like all metal models? I can kind of get that, like the weight of them. It actually feels nicer to have them, and plus they're sturdier. But is there other reasons to that, or is that the actual sculpts of some metal models? I feel ya. Yeah. It'd be so good to go to a hobby shop again. Meet actual hobbyists, like. Going to, I'll tell you this, if you're online all the time with like the 40k community or tabletop community in general, as I found this week, it can be like super depressing and feel very doom and gloom with everything that's going on. All that immediately washes away when you go to a hobby shop and you meet other hobbyists. Like, that's why I made a huge point about it in my Women in Wargaming like video and in my stream about that. The real, like, the online interactions are just so artificial by comparison. Like, you go to a real hobby shop with real people, it is the biggest breath of fresh air you will ever encounter. Hey, T the Hut, I thought you left. Well, how you doing? If you like werewolves, I'll make sure German Schreckwolfen squads are one of my first unit lore videos. Ooh. Oh, that's right. You did. I remember your comment. Yeah, you said you wanted to start a channel. Yeah, I'll be super. If you're covering Conflict 47, dude, I will subscribe, like immediately. Like I actually looked up Conflict 47 lore recently, and I found one channel that covered it, but I'm not in the Hobbit. I'm not in the Hobbit. Of course not. I may look like a dwarf, but I'm not. You know, first of all, my beard ain't that luscious. And second of all, I ain't that short. I'm 5'10". No. The hobbyist channel I found that did do lore, I'm not in the habit of insulting other creators. But the videos I found that were for the lore of it were kind of dry. It served its purpose. I got the info I wanted, but it was dry. It's a bit more dry than I would have liked. I like personality behind it. Like, that's why in my own lore video I say recently, it was like a month ago. If anyone wants to know how I do lore, I do it in 2 forms. I have the in a nutshells on the YouTube channel, which I recommend everybody check out. Like, I love those, and they're so much fun to do. But they're more comedic in short form. They're snappy, and I like the energy I put into them. But even for the long form lore that I personally do, I've only done one so far. It's if you look on the channel, if you go to videos and you go like 3 months back, which don't think you have to scroll too much, it's like 1 tab back. I don't upload that often, unfortunately. But just look for the video called The War in Heaven, the Old Ones in the Catan, and it's just Warhammer 40k lore and canon. That video, first of all, I'm so sad it only got 528 views because I put over 170 hours into that video, most of which was research, and yeah. So in your case, Tiki the Hut, I can give you plenty of advice here, and I will. But also if you want like a visual to go with my advice, check out that video if you haven't. Again, it's just right on the channel. It's just called The War in Heaven, and the Necrons is the thumbnail. But on the actual title, it's The War in Heaven, the Old Ones in the Catan. That's how you're going to do long form. And how that one is done is... The general advice I have is put personality into it. Now, yes, the goal and the end result of the lore video you're doing, you want it to be informative. You know, you want it to be full of information, and that's why people are clicking onto it. They're clicking onto it to learn something. But at the same time, the reason they're clicking on your video as opposed to a Wikipedia article is they want something less dry to deliver that information. They want it to be given to them in some kind of way. And if you need another example, Arch in his long form videos, where I put more energy and emotion and enthusiasm into mine, Arch also puts enthusiasm into his, but his is a little bit more even toned. But you know, why is it done so well? It's because he puts personality in the way he says it. Everything he says in his video is kind of like hearing it, it's kind of like that charismatic history teacher, right? Like you have the dry ones that clearly just, they've had years and years of just rattling off the text from the book. But then you have that charismatic one, right? That delivers everything in this energetic way, probably comedically, like talking about like historical figures like Stalin is like, he's like, and I can understand why such a megalomaniac like that killed so many people. After all, if I had a mustache like that, well, you're kind of built to be evil at that point. Am I right? You know, that kind of charismatic energy. So it's trying to find that sweet spot between energetic and personality, but also informative. You got to find that mix. And everyone has their own thing. Like, if you're more of a comical kind of guy, I'd say mix in some humor. Mix in some jokes. Mix in some references here and there. Be tactful with it. Always, like, read back your own stuff if you write out a full script. Like, does that feel like it fits, or does it feel like it completely distracts from the thing? And don't go full Marvel with it, where you're constantly throwing in jokes. Be sparing. Put them in where they're appropriate, and never put them in when you're talking about something super serious. Deliver serious information with a serious tone. Don't break it with some comedy, because that's just going to rob people of the significance of what you're trying to say. So, but yeah, if you're a kind of guy who doesn't mix in a lot of humor into what you say normally, and you are more of a dry person, then you don't need to put in jokes necessarily, but maybe put in like mannerisms or phrases that feel more like a person is sharing information with someone else, like at like a dinner table, or like or at a hobby shop. Like if you were to talk to someone else about it and you like knew every little detail and they were so interested they actually wanted to sit down and listen to you, you know, rattle it off like you would to another person. Just not dry, not just the flat, boring information, but also the energy with it, the emotion in it. If anything, try and simulate the emotion that aspect of the lore gives you. Like when I think of the Horus Heresy, and when I think of the death of Sanguinius, right? When I tell people about that event in the lore, I don't deliver it in any kind of comedic way. When I talk about it, I put in the emotion it put into me when I first like learned that in the lore. Like I'm like, oh jeez. Like, and when Sanguinius died, it had this overbearing weight on the entire universe, and the blood rage fueled into his sons and drove them forth into the blood rage as they burst into the enemy, destroying the traitors in this vicious, vile confrontation. You know, like a storyteller, like you're around a campfire talking to your kids, is another way that you might want to approach it. That is always how you should approach it. And I think that is the best advice I can give. Now, when you first start out, keep in mind, it's going to take some time for people to find you. It's going to take some time for people to get used to your style. And it's going to take some time for you to even be comfortable in your style. I'm still not 100% comfortable in all mine, but I know I have a trend that I like and I like to do. So, the last piece of advice I'll give, well, not the very last, but the last I have, like, I'll give in my spiel here, is as you develop the style, as you develop what makes you comfortable and what maximizes the entertainment for you, keep in mind at the end of the day that content creation is a hobby and you're also about to go into a niche sphere. Don't judge how good your stuff is based on how many views you get, how many likes you get, how many dislikes, or how many comments. Base it on how happy you are with the product. Is this something you could sit down and listen to for yourself and only cringe at a little bit? Because we all cringe at our own content a little bit, like every content creator does, whether you're talking about lore, commentary, whatever. Like, you're always going to a degree. But, you know, oh, Pretty Angel's cool. Hey, Daniel. How you doing? Yeah. Speaking of, like, my literal angel right here. Sanguinius. I feel like Sanguinius should have, like, a theme song. I guess he kind of does, though. That'd be like the church pews when it, like, the battlefield opens up, the clouds open up, and then all of a sudden just this motherfucker comes down. Oh. I'm actually really happy with how the scrolls came out, by the way. I know this is kind of like a tangent, but I keep, like, out of everything I did on this particular guy, like, even compared to, like, the hand-painted decal I did there, which, by the way, I know is a little off-center. Trust me, it's driving me nuts, but if I start over on it, I'm just going to drive me nuts worse to try and get it to the same quality. But I'm still happy with how those scrolls came out. These look amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a tad bit obsessed with, like, the bases. That's what these ones are 3D printed, but I've done other bases in the past where they're not, like, printed or anything. It's just like paints and textures, or I like glue on little rocks and stuff. But yeah, these ones I felt were most fitting for the Blood Angels. Alright, so I've sanded down the parts, I've drilled the gun barrel, I've done all that stuff, so let's get to gluing. Uh-oh. That is super dry. Oh, please tell me. Okay, good, there's still some glue in there. For a second though, it's like, fuck, no. Yeah, I just got home. What's up? Oh, well, welcome home. How you doing? Not much, just chatting away with chat, hanging out while doing some hobbying, all that fun stuff. Currently gluing together another set of my Blood Angels. I know I got some to paint here. I'm doing the first half of the stream roughly. Is going to be, oh, whoops. No, I didn't mean to lose my stick. Yeah, the first half of the stream is like doing like assembly stuff because I want to get my Horus Heresy army assembled. I still only have these guys, and I have. Hold on, let me set that down real quick. Well, I gotta leave it to dry anyway. You know, I have these 5 Marines are all glued, assembled, and painted how I want them to be. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, they're how I wanted them to be. They're all done, but outside of them, I still have 5 more to do, including their sergeant and their squad to do, and the other 4 to do. Like, and my 3 other HQs for my Blood Angels still needs to be painted, including Cato Sicarius. At least I think this is Cato. I might be wrong. I got them to do, but at the same time, I still have the rest of the damn box set. I still have the rest of this shit to glue together. I still got the dreadnought I gotta do. I gotta get the tank. Actually, I'm not sure if all this is in there. Hold on. No, hold on. This isn't like the outbook of what's like... Okay, no. I know that... I think that tank is in this box set. And I think the dreadnought's in there. I could be wrong. I forgot what's in the box. Crap. Okay, yeah, so the Rhino's in there. There's no Dreadnought in there, and the rest is just ground for. Oh, no, there is the Dreadnought. Never mind, I'm wrong. There's the Dreadnought's in there. I'm looking at this upside down. Yeah, so there's the Dreadnought, the tank, and then, like, the two forces, which is mainly Tactical Marines. There's Cataphracti in there. Yeah. So, there's plenty in this box set I still gotta do. So, I got a lot of assembly to do. Oh, now my back. Hey, Nathan. I sensed you were streaming, so you sensed I added everybody on the Discord. I would hope you would see. Unless you have me muted, you bastard. I take that back. You're beautiful. You're amazing. You're amazing, Nathan. I love you. Because I know you love being told that always. Well, joke's on you, motherfucker. I did the gun barrel already. Fuck you. Not really, fuck you. I love you. Looks like a lot. It is a lot. That's why I'm trying to get as much as I want to like finish painting all these guys, I also want to get the rest assembled. So that's why I'm breaking the stream up into two categories. First half assembly, second half I'll do painting, and then I'll probably stop streaming around somewhere tomorrow around 3 a.m. I don't know. Alright, so now we got that leg glued on there, and the glue came out a little thick. So... there is that little bastard there. Of course there is. Bada bing, bada boom, baby, yeah. I almost missed that comment. I'm sorry, Tiki. I plan on doing a fun, laid-back overview, and then I plan on doing immersive lore videos, where it covers each year with stock, black and white World War II footage, with and old-timey radio, or with a old-timey radio news voice. Oh, okay. So, kind of like, hold on. So kind of like this voice. Where are you?
So kind of like this voice here. Like, hello, how you doing, folks? Welcome to the Conflict 47 Lore by Tiki the Hut. Today we're going to be talking about the beginning of the Conflict 47 conflict. Like kind of like that.
Hold on, I had to switch my output for that. Okay, yeah. Boom. Excuse me. A little lower. Almost choked on your dinner. Don't choke on your dinner, dude. No, don't die. Live. But if you're gonna do it in that style, like that'll be really, really fun. Be careful with that though, because sometimes when you do too much like filtering and stuff like that, that can get a little annoying. At the end of the day, a lot of this process you might like get to in editing. So always listen to your stuff while editing, and if it sounds a little off in editing, like if if it sounds like it starts to grate on the ears, again, it depends on how you do the filters and how you do the audio and stuff like that. But if it like gets to that point where it gets irritating to listen to, think about like just doing some segments where it's just your plain voice as opposed to like a radio overview. But at the same time, again, it depends entirely on that process. I myself have never done like a whole lore video of like 30 plus minutes or 15 minutes or whatever of just like a filtered voice to that extent. So I don't know if it will have like a grading effect over time or if it just sounds good the whole time. So, but thinking of it as a possibility though, I'd look out for it just in case. Backing up the bolt action Conflict 47 community. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Like, we're all. The thing is, where you guys are definitely a different community than Warhammer, that's for sure. We're all one hobby, though. Like, historical wargaming is still wargaming, right? Like, you still do the exact same stuff we Warhammer guys do. Like, you collect the latest books and editions. You collect models and bases. Sometimes you guys 3D print your own stuff, like we 3D print our own stuff. You guys dive into the lore, except in your case it's the literal history. In the case of Bolt Action or in Conflict 47, the literal lore of your hobby, just like we do. At the end of the day, the thing that differs us is just the game we follow. But we're all one big community in the sense of wargaming. And even if this wasn't a case of wargaming and like hobbying like that level, and we were talking about video games right now, I'd still back you up, because at the end, the most important aspect, even above that of us being all wargamers or all gamers or all whatever, is we're all people. We're all people trying to make it day to day with all the absolute bullshit that keeps berating us in our hobby spaces, in our free spaces, where we're supposed to be escaping the day-to-day like debates and arguments and frustrations that we see and hear around every corner. And it's constantly about politics. It's constantly about social and societal issues. Sometimes, and I don't say sometimes, at the end of the day, all of us got into these kinds of hobbies, and the reason we spend so much time collecting and investing in plastic is we're trying to find that place where we can say fuck you to all of that other crap and just enjoy it and just be people again and feel like for a moment that the world isn't a shithole that's about to go up in flames. That's why we do these things. So even if this wasn't a case of fellow wargamers having to deal with some controversial shit, I'd still be talking about it. I'd still be covering it. I'd still be calling it out. Because at the end of the day, I want us all to be able to step away from the shit that makes us want to just kick the chair away. I want us all to be able to say fuck you to that and just relax. I want these spaces where we all could do that be like that again. So, I'll absolutely always call out this shit that I see. Now, of course, I'm one human being. I sometimes miss details and miss news, so I won't cover every single time something controversial happens in every hobby. But certainly when it's my own fucking wheelhouse, like wargaming, yeah, you bet your ass I'm calling that shit out. The moment I see it. But, yeah. I don't keep my mouth shut. That's why I'm in trouble in the 40k content creator sphere. A lot of the established 40k content creators that are and were bigger than me have blacklisted me. So, if that didn't get me to keep my mouth shut, nothing will. Alright. Do I want to put the head on first? Nah, we got this. Flush with the model. I do everything, work and moving takes so much time. Yeah, but the upside is once, you know, you've moved fully, you then have free time again. So you gotta get out of the way. Nothing wrong though. It's frustrating. Get away and blow shit up, not hear stupid people say stupid stuff. Exactly. We're forced to deal with that already in our day-to-days, so why do we have to put up with it in our hobby space? The answer is we don't. We absolutely don't have to put up with it in our hobby space, and that's why you call that shit out and say, fuck you, get out. What is my favorite Imperial Guard regiment? This might be a little bog standard, but Krieg. Krieg are my favorite. Next to them, less like popularly, would probably be the Vestroyans? No, not the Vestroyans. Valhalla Winter Soldiers. The Valhalla Winter Soldiers are probably my second favorite. And third would be Catachan. Fourth would be Cadian. And then Vestroyans. So, but my number one is pretty standard for a lot of people, Krieg. I mean, the lore behind where they came from is so well known, and I think it's just such a cool story. They're aesthetic, badass, and haunting at the same time, which is kind of what they're supposed to be. It's just, they really are awesome. Awesome models, and awesome kits, and awesome lore. Just straightforward Krieg. But next to them, Valhalla and Winter Soldiers. Huh, I didn't sand off correctly. Well, man. Face the wrath of my sanding stick, motherfucker! Clan and kin. Blacklist is a cool kids club? I suppose so. And you look at the other people I'm in the club with. Arch. And I think that's it. And Kibbs is not a 40k content creator, so I can't include him. Is anybody else in there with us? Like, there's Arch and me. Nathan, I think. Nah, Nathan, have you been officially blacklisted yet? You're still here? I was officially blacklisted. Like, I've been informed by a fellow 40k content creator who's larger than I am. And is in the sphere, who I was going to do a podcast with before I defended Arch the second time. I got informed by him flat out that word was spread, don't work with this guy, and I was the guy. Arch can't paint at all. That is true. Arch doesn't like to paint though. Like he likes to play the game, and he likes the lore. Like that's the kind of aspect he hits. For me, I love the paint, obviously. Like the painting for me. Like the painting, by the way, these are all hand painted. These are still not decals. Like this is my Black Templar Leviathan. Leviathan Dread. Everything you see is hand painted. Like I love to paint. I even like do my own custom base. Painting is one of the things I love most about this hobby. Like the assembly process, the painting of my models, my minis, to the point where I refuse to play with an unpainted army. I refuse. Ground floor to play without painted models. Like, it drives me nuts. That's why my first tournament ever was only a couple years ago now. Because it took me that long to finish painting an army to a degree where I could go to a 1K tournament. There we go. Ow. That hurt. Alright. Oh. What? 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 How does that work? Oh, I think I get it. Stop popping off. Fuck. There we go. I'm gonna let that dry for a second. Made several jokes against Israel. If I'm not, I'd be surprised. I mean, not to like, I hope that, like, not to tease you too much, but you might still not be blacklisted. I mean, you're a small enough creator, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all. Sometimes it'd be good to be smaller, because you're less noticed. But if you're lucky, nobody's noticed you yet. Like, in terms of, like, the other creators. At least, hopefully not the ones at least you want to work with. Or if the ones you want to work with aren't the type to blacklist, like me and Arch, then you're cool. I was only directly told by one creator that they never wanted to work with me, though. That was Leaky Cheese. Which is funny, because he told me that after I already told him to go fuck himself. It's like, I don't ever want to work with you. It's like, okay, I don't want to. Fuck you. God, I hate that guy. Talk about a douchebag. That's a douchebag. Does he even still make content? I don't think I've heard about him or from him or anything regarding him in, like, forever. Not since he, like, lost his fucking mind. You're not going to censor the footage you use. It's going to be historical footage. If there is a crooked windmill, so be it. Okay? I mean, if you don't care about monetization, that doesn't matter anyway. You'll be fine. And starting out, you won't even have to worry about that at all. Because YouTube doesn't even let you monetize your content. So you're like over 1,000 subs and have... What was it? Like... Jesus. I want to say it's like... 100 hours of view time? I don't know. Crap, how much was it, like, of watch time? It's like 4,000 hours, 5,000 hours, something like a couple thousand, like something like that. Like a high number of, like, watch time or watch hours. You won't monetize? I mean, if you don't want to monetize, that's fine, man. I do monetize my stuff, 100%. I don't make any money at doing this, mind you, but I do monetize my stuff just on the hope that I might here and there. And I do monetize my Patreon, though, for, like, because I'm developing my own tabletop war game. So that's a reason I have the Patreon anyway. I probably would have one anyway though, because you know it's good to be supported, and plus I do work hard on a lot of my videos, especially the long form lore video I did 3 months ago. For like, I put 170 plus hours into that alone. Hey Paris. So you know, I still keep doing it even though I don't make money at this because I do enjoy it. But at the same time, it would be nice to get a little kickback for all the stuff you put in. But I'm also the type where I don't constantly like remind people. I got to get better at that. Like at occasionally throwing in the whole, hey, you know, if you guys are enjoying the stuff, maybe consider donating, maybe consider the Patreon. I'm just so awkward at it. I found that I'm just terrible at it. Like putting that into like videos or streams or stuff. I don't know if it's just because the way I was raised to like, you know, it's like inappropriate to like ask people for money and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's kind of it's commonplace on like the online sphere, so it's less like a social taboo to do online and more of just awkward. I don't know how like the bigger YouTubers just do it so casually. Like it's just like, oh yo guys, if you like the video, like make sure to subscribe, make sure to leave a comment and donate and check out the Patreon and become a channel member. Like I don't know how they do it so naturally. And I don't even think ill of any of those creators who do that regularly. I get what they're doing, like it's a business, like that's what they're doing, but I don't know, it's weird for me. I still can't do it without being a little awkward about it. At this point, my own viewers are doing it more on some of my streams and stuff. Like, when I stream with, like, my buddy Karn and Tang, they do it for me sometimes. It's like, I'll end the stream, and they'll do the whole spiel about, oh, by the way, check out the Patreon. Like, I don't even do that. I don't know. I'm weird about it. Do we have merch yet? There is merch for the tabletop game I'm developing. There's not merch for my channel uniquely yet. I just didn't think to do that. But maybe at some point I'll do that. I don't know. Spokesman Karen. I mean, I'll probably make it like a Discord like tag for him or something. Alright, so that should be dry. And hopefully, the... Alright. Asmo's Herald. The Herald of the Asmo Scripture. You know? Monetize it for some extra money. Yeah, that's how I see it. As it is, like, my buddy Ludus, who is he's not at a monetizable state yet on his channel. He's one of my best buddies, and when it comes to like talking to him about like content creation and like the money making aspect, you know, I give him the same advice I give most people when they get into content creation. Don't get into it for the money. Like, I don't do it for the money. Like I said, it's just something that'd be nice to get on the side, but I don't expect it. And it's great when it comes, I'm always grateful for it. But you know, when you get into content creation, do it for the enjoyment of it. Like, it's like any other hobby in and of itself, like video creation or streaming or any of it. It's done for fun. If you do it with the expectation that you're owed or deserve money, people sense that, right? Like, you know, when they watch a video and they're constantly reminded every few minutes, like, by the way, guys, just so if you want to support the channel and like, blah, 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 blah. If they constantly hear it, it just sounds so desperate and beggy, and people can tell you're not making the video because you enjoy it. And that kind of the same goes in streaming. Like when the streamer, like if a streamer does like what DSP does, right? It's like, guys, we're just not getting enough donations. We're just not getting enough subs. It's just, I can't keep playing this game, man, until I get at least $10 more. I can't keep playing. I get $10 more. People just don't enjoy that. Like, and the reasons GSP gets away with it is because his channel, like, his viewers are like, he's a lol cow. Like, they're like laughing at him and mocking him. But if he wasn't well, he's always been a lol cow. But you know, if people took him slightly more seriously and didn't laugh at him for it. RG, who's RG? Did he not have the shoulder? These shoulders are a little rubbery. I think they need to be thrown in the UV scanner for a few more minutes. So these are not, yeah, because they're a little bit more malleable. They need to be solidified a little bit more. For those who don't know how the resin stuff works, is resin, when it actually prints, it doesn't, like, once you take it off, like, the print and you wash it, it's not done. It's still, like, clay, almost. It's still moldable. Now, these, I ran through the UV scan once to blast them with UV rays to solidify the resin, but it's still a little bit malleable. Not by much. It's definitely solid. Like, I'll break this if I push too hard on it, but it's a little rubbery on the outside. So it still needs to be blasted a little bit more before it's fully solid. These ones, on the other hand, I threw them in for longer so they would fully solidify, so I don't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, these heads that I put in, they're already very solid, so they should be good. So that's the difference between these ones I just grabbed and these ones. And the reason I'm not going with the ones on here is because these ones are the Blood Angel symbol. Like, these are the actual ones. So I also got veteran pauldrons as well. Now keep in mind, I know the details aren't very visible when it's in this form, but keep in mind, once this is glued on and everything is primed, it's gonna look like it was always on the sprue. It's always the beauty of STLs. it's the beauty of 3D printing, is I have brought numerous models to tournaments that were for, like, GW official, or supposed to be, that I 3D printed. And, like, I had, like, a guy go by and just, like, look at my stuff and not call it. Like, for example, this is 3D printed. Like, 100%. Everything I'm holding in my hand right now, I printed out of my printer. This is not a plastic kit from GW. And the only way someone would be able to tell is if you picked it up. It's a little heavier because I didn't hollow it out. So this is a block of resin right here. So it's heavy. I've changed that so in the file it is hollowed. So if I printed a new one, the new one would be lighter. So even if you picked it up, it would feel like it was a plastic kit. And with the paint on it, it's not like you can do this and like, does that feel like resin? Well, paint's there. Can't tell. So... yeah, like, there's no, like, I encourage anybody who has, like, a fully 3D printed army, and if you want to be cheeky, go to a tournament, play the whole tournament, and guarantee it, if you don't say anything, they'll not guess. Like, they'll look at your stuff and they'll be like, yeah, that looks right. Especially if you, like, look for STLs that look pretty damn close to the real thing. They'll just glance at it and be like, ah, yeah, that's the real thing. And it'd be funny as hell if someone did that, like a fully 3D printed army, won like a big tournament, and got like the gold, and like they're being talked to by like the hosts and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, my whole army was 3D printed. It's all third party. Bye. I don't know. I'm an asshole. I'd do that. I'd do that in a heartbeat. That's the kind of special douchebag that I am. Which helmet type do I want to go with? Yeah, little hair follicles got all over it. Little hairs on it. Damn it. I do still need the backpack. Oh, that jumped me. Knocked over my phone. Alright, so I still need the backpacks, though. So, let me snip off backpack. Oh. Sand off the special spots. There we go. Just want to sand off the little parts that connect. I don't know, maybe I could, I don't know what voice I'm doing right now. Maybe I should try and go for like a Bob Ross, like, so now we're just gonna scrape off our happy little sprue bit, in our happy little backpack. And we're going to put it on my special little blood angel friend. There we go. That's nice. Oh, man. What's funny is I didn't watch Rob. Hold on, I almost said Rob Boss, but Bob Ross. I didn't watch Bob Ross like at all. I only knew like him like by reputation until like 3 years ago, and I was on YouTube and someone did a live stream of just every episode of The Joy of Painting, and I watched it from beginning to end, non-stop. And I fell asleep to it, like, by the end of the day. I was, like, so enchanted by that man's fucking voice. Jesus. As we watch Asmo do his nails. Oh my god. I'm just gonna out the... There we go. Oh, they are worried about 3D printers. Yeah. That's why I think it'd be hilarious to do. Yeah, the no 3D printing rule is stupid as fuck. It is, and the thing is, it's impossible to enforce. Because unless they literally have like a Gestapo like set of agents, right, walking around like the GWSS, it's just oh, so you have collected these models from our official kits. Oh, Hans brings the microscope. And they're just like, what do you see there? Look very closely. Yes. Those are not mod lines. Those are print lines. Take him away. Unless they do that, there's no way they're gonna fucking tell. Like Pinkertons. Oh yeah, that's a more topical example. Would not put it past GW. I mean, that's true. Like, that's not out of the realm of possibility to do for them. At all. Par for the course for G and W. That's for sure. Too much resin in that model. Take him away. As they're dragging him away. No, it's Forge World. It's Forge World. Oh man, that would be so. Fuck. Oh man. Yo, mama, welcome. Is there a set of brushes you can recommend for a basic bitch set? Honestly, just any like you go to Walmart or any like basic grocery store. And they have like an arts and crafts section, just get synthetic brushes. Like just the basic bitch synthetics. That's like your best starting brushes, honestly. Like you don't need to go for some super expensive fancy brand. Now just pick up some basic synthetics and just paint with those. Because honestly, like the quality, like all of these that I have painted here, like for example, my Sanguinius model. Like I painted him entirely with just some synthetic brushes that I found at Walmart. Just really basic synthetics. Noah, thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you. 50 bucks, dude. Jesus. Thank you. Much appreciated the generosity, my man. Thank you. Looks great, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, like and again, huge thanks to Noah R, man. Like the generosity is beyond appreciated. Fucking G in the chat right there. But you know, as another example, this guy is painted purely with synthetic brushes that I just got at the grocery store. No fancy GW brushes, no fancy like I don't even know any like higher end brushes. Just basic synthetics. I think a lot of people underestimate just how good the basics are. Just yeah. I mean, some creators I know make a huge some creators I know make their own brushes, and then because of that, they also make a big deal about finding the right one and the right brand. And if you ask me, that's just because they're trying to sell you their brushes. As someone without a brush brand, I can tell you, basic and synthetics just do just perfectly fine. And go to your local Hobby Lobby, go to your local Michaels, go to your local hobby store equivalent. They'll probably have some cheap brushes there for like $5 or whatever your local currency is, just the basic amount for like nothing. And that'll do you just fine. Do you perfect. If anything, it's better, even if you do disagree with me in the future and want to go for the higher end, it's still better to learn with basic synthetics. And if you end up not liking the painting process, at the very least, you didn't spend too much on all the other extra stuff. So that's my my basic recommendation. But yeah, this is what you can do with just some really cheap $5, $10 synthetic brushes. Brush is a brush. I mean, yeah, really, at the end of the day, like a brush, unironically, a brush is a brush. You're not going to feel a huge difference between a synthetic and like a real hair brush or anything like that. Only people I've seen disagree with that notion tend to be people who are trying to sell brushes themselves or sell painting supplies in general. Alright, so do I want to put on the pole? I'll put on the backpack first before I move on to the pauldron. Come on, there we go. That's way too much glue. Fuck. Alright, so do I want this guy to be a veteran or do I want him to be a basic bitch? I'll make him basic bitch, so put on that one. So. Nope, those are the right size. Okay. For a second there, I had a brief heart attack just now. I was like, oh shit, fuck. Are these pauldrons too big? No, they're not too big. Okay. It's like, no! I printed like 50 of them! Okay. Yeah, those should be good. It's not like you're making a painting, it's a model. Would suggest a cheap airbrush if you can make it faster. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that. I do say this, though. You don't need an airbrush. Like, I've never used an airbrush, ever. And, you know, again, you can get damn good high-quality minis with just using a brush and dry brushing to sometimes simulate. An airbrush, I will say, will enhance your painting, especially if you learn how to do it properly. Like, it will enhance your quality of everything you do. Definitely. I'm not going to debate that at all. What I will say, though, is it's a luxury item, not a necessity. Brushes are a necessity for miniature painting. Like, goes in the name. It's painting. You need brushes, obviously. Paint itself is a necessity. Now, the brand quality, that's there. I think Vallejo is like the box standard paint you might want to go with. Some people stand by Army Painter. I don't really like it, especially with some of its metallics. I really don't like. But, you know, Citadel has, in my opinion, the best metallics. I hate to admit it, but both Army Painter and Vallejo don't match it with metallics. I've never used the AK brand paints, so I can't comment on those. Coat arms I also haven't used. I would like to get a set of the coat arms, though, if that's possible. You know, but the brands I've used Army Painter, I've used Vallejo, and I've used Citadel. And I stand by Vallejo with all the core colors. Best brand, hands down. Metallics, specifically, Citadel. But anyway, sticking on the brush thing. You need brushes. You need paints. You need a bucket to put paint in. Honestly, you could just do that with like a red Solo cup. But an airbrush, purely a luxury item. So I would say don't get it until you found your comfortable place just with brushes. And from there, if you enjoy the painting process as it is, and you really just want to up your game and make your models look all that much extra over the top, then get an airbrush, 100%. Like, there's plenty of cheap kits out there. They require a little bit of maintenance and stuff, but you can find some really good ones. But I stand by, it's a luxury item. It's not a necessity at all. You love Army Painter? Yeah, I can't. Like, every color that in Army Painter people stand by is like really, really good. And like the general brand is good. I'm sorry, but it's better for Vallejo in like every corner. And the one place I think Vallejo does lose is metallics. And again, I don't think Army Painter has better metallics. I think Citadel has the best metallics. So I don't know. For me, it's I collect Vallejo exclusively for all the core colors and like, you know, non-metallics. And then if I want to run metallics, you know, I begrudgingly get Lead Belcher, Iron Hands, Steel. I get Retributor Gold, Balthazar Gold. Like, the metallics from Citadel, I hate to say, but they can't be beat. They're just, I don't know what they do, but they absolutely nailed their metallic paints. Of that, I use Citadel base and contrast paints. I've been using contrast paints recently, and I'm kind of falling into them. I don't know if I love it yet, though. Slap Chop is an effective method, though, if you want to go fast. But if you do Slap Chop, you also might find you don't enjoy the painting process as much. Because it's like the same process every single time. Although that or I'm crazy. But and you don't thin them. Okay. I just paint for the 3-foot rule and to make the models hardy for tabletop use. I mean, that's fair enough, I guess. I thin my base coats of my of all my paints, but contrast I don't think you have to. Like, contrast is already thinned. It's just its staining is really good. Like, it's a really strong wash is what a contrast is. It's a middle stage between it's the best of both worlds between a wash and an actual base coat paint. So you really don't need to thin it. It's already pre-thinned, pretty much. If you were to thin a contrast paint more, it would become a wash. But base coat paints, yes, those do need to be thinned. I don't like doing thick paints. Like, it drives me nuts. Again, those are for me. I don't hold my standards on anybody else. Alright, backpack should be dried on now, so we'll put on the head, which I think we'll go with this one. Yeah, this one looks good. A little bit of support material right there. Not that it would be visible, but still. Don't want it in the way. Yeah, I know this second squad is going to stand out because, you know, the first squad has the Mark IVs. But, again, if anything, that's going to make this squad with all these unique, like my hand-painted decals on the side, make all the more unique, so I might like, name this squad something special. Because they're going to stand out a lot because they're going to have, like, the Mark IVs. But this squad, on the other hand, is going to have these helms. And I think this is going to be, like, the majority of them anyway. Because a lot of these helms have, like, the Blood Angel symbol somewhere on them. So, that makes it help blend in. Appreciate the feedback. Yeah, no problem. I'm here to provide what advice I can as an experienced member of the community. for over a decade. Because I'm undead and proud of it. Proud of it, I say. Alright, now let's get on the podium. Probably a good idea to put plenty of the super glue. Alright, there we are. And that side is going to have the other one. Are they Mark 7 then? The helms? These ones? I think these are Mark 7. It's hard for me to tell. I think they're Mark 7. Yeah, the body is Mark 6. So it's like a combination of gear. That, and I also don't have any full sets or STLs for the body to be matched with the helm, which I'm fine with. I don't care. Like, as long as the helm isn't a beaky, I'm fine. Like, the beaky, again, is the part that I don't like. I actually like the Mark 6 armor. There. Ooh, pop in my neck there. I find them charming, but I think I reserve them for unique models. Like, I think the beakies look good when used sparingly. If they're like every model, I don't know. I hate them. It could just be it's just not how I associate the aesthetic of Space Marines. I just don't like them all being beakies. Like, I think it works if you're running like Raven Guard. Like, if you're running Raven Guard, it makes sense. Like, they love beakies. But if you're running anyone else, it just doesn't fit their aesthetic as well. And I don't think it works with Blood Angels as well. I'll still use them, but they were mostly used for Raven Guard. In the lore, beakies weren't popular at all with, like, the legions. The Legiones Astartes hated them, in fact. The only legion that liked the beaky armor and the beaky helms was the Raven Guard. Literally, it was just them. Everybody else was like, I fucking hate these. So, just, unless I'm playing Raven Guard, it doesn't even really feel like it fits with them. So, lore-wise, yeah, the only legion that liked them was the Raven Guard. I'm not gonna lie, probably because they look like beaks. They probably wouldn't admit that to anyone. It's like a space wolf looks at the beaky helmet and goes, This is not right. This is not right. I will not wear this. And the beaky was like, the Raven Guard were like, we'll take them. We believe their design is effective and helps us in the aid of stealth. You only like them because they look like beaks. No, it is the most effective armor for stealth and effective sniper range, and do not lie to me, you like them for the beak! It is because you are Raven God, and you like ravens, and you are edgy. Shut up. It's not true. Yo, I hate looking at that armor. Who wants to look like a bird? Raven Guard. Mouthwater. Pretty much. I mean, they're the only legion that liked him. Like, Corvus Corax and his legion were the only ones that liked him. Everybody else rejected him outright. So, that's another reason why when I saw the trailer for, like, the Horus... I was hyped as shit, but after I watched it a couple times, I was like, wait, why is everyone wearing beakies? And then when actually the box set released and they did all the previews with beakies, I was like, no, they're not making them like the helm, right? All of the marketing, all of it, beakies across the board. I was like, dude, no. In your own lore, they were barely ever like worn by like the other legions. Like they were mostly worn when they were first introduced, towards the beginning of the heresy. After that, a lot of legions either stuck with the old shit, or when later editions came, they changed to the new shit. The beakies were the least engaged in armor across the legions, with the exception of the Raven Guard. I mean, that's what they were, though. Like, the Raven Guard are like the Batman. I almost went Batman. The Raven Guard were the Batmen, and the Night Lords were the evil Batmen. They were like alternate Earth Batman. Like, you know, like Conrad Kurz and his Night Lords. You have done crime. Time to pay the price. Let me guess. Life. Death. Pfft. Although the bar wouldn't be that fast. And then the Raven Guard are just, I am the law. Well, that's more Judge Dredd. Well, you know what I mean. It's like, this is the most effective helmet for battle. We are the Raven Guard. We will do our best to ensure the safety. Nerd! Nerd! What do you want, Space Wolf? You only like the helm because it is a bird? Me, yeah, at least I don't fuck wolves. Now that was a low blow, and you know it. And listen, I'm a fan of the Space Wolves, but that is a funny meme. Come on, stick. Actually, no. What the Raven Guard and... no, what the Night Lords say to the Raven Guard is, Edgelord! Do you understand what you just said? You're still an edgelord, you fucking nerd. This coming from you guys. Yeah, well, at least we're cool. We have spikes and like this bad aesthetic. What about you? You're just a bunch of fucking birds. Come on, man. Damn that edge. Oh, man. That was the best part of building Deathwatch, adding in the different chapters. My heavy bolter guys were Iron Hands, the flamers were salamanders. I mean, yeah, come on. Who the hell else would be your flamers? Come on, man. If you play Deathwatch and you have anybody else play like if anybody else be the flamer guys, it's just wrong. It's like you're the mix of everybody anyway. And who on earth would recruit salamanders just to go, all right, here's a bolter. But there's a flamer over there, and I feel I'll be most effective with... Nope, putting you on the bolter. It's the most effective weapon for you, I think. Okay, you see this symbol here. What is it? It's the salamanders. Right. So, what are we known for? Flaming stuff, and, you know, lighting up the battlefield. Turning Drukhari into charred elves, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. So, but he's a bolter. Okay, I don't think you're understanding me. Hey, listen, I'm an Ultramarine. We never make mistakes. We never make stupid logistical decisions. It doesn't happen. Right. Alright, let's get this next one on there. Skittish. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. Yeah. Which one do I want to give him? I think I'll give him this one. I think I'll give him that base. He looks the best. Yeah, there we go. No! Let me let that dry for a second. Poltron nearly came off. Don't you come off, you can't! Save lives? Confused Night Lord pounds. That was the best part of building. Alright, I read that song. Sorry. Yeah. Depends on the salamander. Even Black Templar could be a better choice. Yeah, but on average. Like, on average. I mean, come on. Hashtag not all, but it's a stereotype for a reason. Like, if you were to randomly pick a salamander out of a given line and randomly pick out, like, a Black Templar, which would you just assume might be better with a flamer? I mean, come on. Come on. While pleasing no one. I mean, a good point. Sally. Ooh. Helps blind children. Night Lords helps blind children. God, that's fucked up. That's true. It's funny because it's true. Well, since that popped off again, I'm now going to take this opportunity to sand that stuff I forgot to sand. Get off of my fucking pauldron, you goddamn gobshite. Night Lords, like the GSC, are truly misunderstood, or just misunderstood. Night Lords don't tend to fight unless they can win. I mean, yeah, like they're more terroristic. They're less like upfront bet. Like they're not cornate. They're in it to win. They're not in it to, you know, be the best. Like no one ever was. To catch them is their test. To fillet them is their cause. A little more thirsty. Just misunderstood. I mean, I don't know all the Blood Angel successors. The ones I always remember are the Lamenters. And yeah, they got a lot of bad fucking luck. That's about all they got. What's ironic is they were made, if I recall correctly. The Lamenters chapter started out because the Imperium thought that they had purified the gene seed of Sanguinius and had removed the taint of the blood rage. And then the entire chapter ended up being super fucking unlucky to hell and back, to the point where they nearly got all wiped out because of their sheer bad luck. And on top of it, the blood rage didn't go away. It came right back. You're talking about bad luck. Everything about the Lamenters was just fucked from the outset. I'll tell you this. If you get recruited into the Lamenters, you gotta feel like that's a bad day. It's like, oh boy, I can't wait to go for the trials and aspirations. And then you see like the armor of the guys who are about to take you to your basic, and you're like, oh no. Just you see that taxi cab pattern, and you're like, fuck. The checkered boards are my fate. Which sucks too, because they're like, the Lamenters are like the next nicest chapter to the Salamanders in terms of like their reputation. Like they'll save lives at the detriment to themselves. Your luck is liquid dog shit. I mean, I can relate. My luck's pretty bad too. But sometimes luck is what you make of it. Sometimes. Sometimes you really just are in a shit situation at the same time. Oh, man, my back. My shoulders have been bothering me the last couple days. I don't know what's going on. I think I'm just sleeping in a weird position. Alright, now let's place you on here. Alright, set that over there. Boom. You must have told him you want Dark Souls. It's like, alright, when I'm born into this world, you put me Dark Souls difficulty. Okay. Luck is the lemons. You can either make lemonade or use them to burn Fate's house down. Okay, so how long have we been going for? 2 hours? Okay. Do I want to switch to painting now, or wait? Or try and assemble at least one more model? Chat, you guys want me to switch to painting, or keep assembling and chatting? Or do a 1 for painting, 2 for assembling. Let me know what the D would like to see next. I know I only assembled 1 model, but we were like busy chatting, so. Alright, got 1 for continuing assembling, and Pyrrhus is voting for painting. What is hate is not giving me a good vote, so I will wait for him to give me a good vote. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Why did that song just pop in my fucking head? Yeah, but I'm also streaming, and you guys are the viewers. You guys, I'm assuming, have a preference on what to watch. I can do either. I can switch to painting, or I can continue assembling. Either way, I'm fun. I'm enjoying my time. Alright, so I got 2 for painting. Yeah, because Matthew Gordon and Pierce and Daniel for assembly. So, I guess we'll switch to painting. Okie dokie. Let me set these guys aside. Now the Roxbury. I mean, you're welcome. Not a bad film. If I must say so myself. Oh, it is a film, right? I'm not an idiot. Where am I? My brain. Night of the Roxbury is a film, not like... I'm trying to remember if it was like a special on TV or at the same time. Alright, the Roxbury. Yeah, it's a film, okay. I was trying to remember if it was a like a special that was just on TV or not. Yeah, but it's a movie. Okay. Just want to make sure. 98, really? I thought it was for some reason I thought it was 91 that came out. Huh. Okay, to show you, sometimes your memory is not perfect, and mine is very flawed. So those down there. Wow. You guys in the hand are going to be a bit more complicated to move around. I used to have little baggies around somewhere for this stuff, but I don't have it for this right now. I'll do this. I'll take all the heads and the pauldrons that are definitely done. I dropped one. Dang it. Cool. And I'll take the rest of these pauldron and might as well, before I forget, throw them in the UV machine real quick. Alright. Now I'm gonna put my tools away and grab my paint. Don't worry, I already had prepared some of my painting stuff, so just gotta grab it. You're busy trying to put together Titans, though I had one problem, but like Titans? From like, well, like Titans, like the big ones? How do you have 2? Aren't those like 4K? Unless you 3D print them. 3D printing would be probably 3D printing for like less than like $3. It's amazing how much money you can save with a 3D printer, especially in this goddamn hobby. All right, so put you away. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Okay, okay. Yo. Bada bing, bada bing, bada bing, 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 bing. Bring, bing, 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 bring, bing, 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 bring, bing, 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 bing. Always have that on hand for when I need them. And of course, where would you be without your water source? 1 cup for metallics, 1 cup for standard paints. And of course, we're going to need although, again, this is a pretty basic set of like synthetics I've bought at like a store. This is just a full set I bought recently to replace some of the old ones I've lost. This was like $10 at like I think it was Joann's, which is a hobby shop like Michael's. Again, basic ass synthetics go a long way. I'm fishing out my paints from my bag. I don't think I'll need that, but I'll also grab just in case. Always, of course, want those on hand. It's almost out. There it is. Yeah, by the way, these paints that are here, those are left over from when I painted a couple weeks ago for my update video for Warglaive Gothic. That's what these are the paints I used to paint my my ghoul. That's how long this has been there, and that's the beauty of a wet palette. These paints are still moist. They're still on there. So, highly recommend every painter get a wet palette. It's so much easier to maintain your paints, and if you take a long break from working on a project and want to go back to that project, guess what? The paints you used are probably still going to be there, and with a little drizzle, some water, it'll revive it like that. Because it kept them moist the whole time. Right here. So one thing I do want to do is I want to do a dry brush around the feet here to add some weathering. Oh, I got paint on them. Every time I touch one of my Flash Kits yellow tubs, I get covered in yellow. Great. Damn you, Flash Kits! There we go. Alright, so this is where I'm going to use my dry brush, or one of them. crap. Where's my brown? Oh, where's my beastie brown? There it is. My general use basic brown. Used for virtually everything. You're supposed to use separate water? Yes. Yes, you are. You're supposed to... I recommend it. If you're working with metallics and basic colors, don't wash off your brushes in the same water that you do for both. Like, have a bucket of water to rinse off your brush for basic paints, and then have one for metallics. Because your metallics, what makes metallics is there's these little particle things that are mixed into the paint. These particles stick on your brush and mix in, like, so every time you're using your brush and every time you mix them in, those little particles are going to get stuck on your brush. So that's why it's also recommended that you switch between brushes when you're working on everything. But if you're working with two tubs, enough of the metallic is going to get off one, and as long as you're not mixing in the same water, it's not going to build up too much as you're switching between processes. But yes, you're supposed to use different tubs. Unless your methodology is you paint all your basic colors and then you switch out your water, but use the same tub, and then you do all your metallics in a separate stage, then it makes sense to use one tub, but still 2 cups of water. But yes, those particles you don't want stuck on, unless you want unless you want your basic colors to look like metallics or have a metallic glitter to them. So yes, use 2. Again, that's if you're switching between metallics and base colors as you paint, though. If you're someone who you're able to completely separate the stages, and they're... Yeah. So, I want to... There's a hair on there. Get out of there. Where'd you come from? I swear, hairs just kind of appear places. This is what happens when you have cats and dogs, by the way. Just hair magically incarnates itself everywhere. Anyway. Let's do this. We don't drink the paint cup. I mean, some people do that, actually. Actually, one of the most horrendous things I've ever seen, and I saw a content creator do this. And actually, the content creator recently retired from doing YouTube content, so that was upsetting. But the content creator that I'm thinking of did like a lot of terrain paint stuff, and I watched some of his painting videos, and this particular content creator I'm referencing, what I noticed in his video, and he didn't like make notice of it or point it or like anything. He did it casual in the video, like everybody does it. So what he would do with his brush after he'd be painting with like a color is, instead of like rinsing it in water, which he would have like a cup of water right there, he would just do this. Wait. I was in shock. I was horrified. It's like, who the fuck does that? Who in the sweet holiest of fucks does that? Oh god. And the guy was a good painter too, but it's just like, why? Why? It was so gross. It's so gross. So people do gross shit, man. It's I don't mean to judge, but it is something people do, and it is extremely gross. What a flex, most alpha move. Sure. For me, it was just it was so gross. It's just, of all things, just in your mouth, like so casually. And again, like nobody was talking about it in like the comments or nothing. I'm like, is this guy do this every time? Yeah, so I'm just gonna dry brush on. So you guys see what I'm doing. A little bit of stippling for the dirt effect. I just want to do it around the feet. As it is, I'm going to actually go over that top right there, back with Mephiston Red, and clean that up a little bit. Because I didn't want to go that high, but we will. Alright. So. Should that not have a bit of metal in it since the base? The base isn't metal. It's stone. And plus, in this case, see the dirt outcropping around it? Presuming that there's ruins, so there would be a lot of dirt in the terrain. So, no. In fact, I'm not sure where metal would make sense there. The only part that's metal is the magazines. But I am going to be doing some black. Oh, black stippling. That very much do. Sexy stone. I think it looks sexy. There we go. Yeah, some nice basic weathering just on the boots. And again, as the higher up spots I want to redo there. Because I think it goes up too high. But outside of that, it looks good. Well, no. I don't know if that actually works. It being that high. It kind of does a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of hard to showcase it in that lighting, but... Do you think the dirt being that up high kind of works for it or against it? Horus Heresy or 40k? I'd say... Oh, by the way, welcome, Stuart. Actually, I think I saw you earlier. I don't know if you've been lurking. But I'd say I haven't gotten the chance to play Horus Heresy yet. There was a tournament in my area not too long back. Unfortunately, I refuse to play this game or any... I refuse to play war games or tabletop games where I collect miniatures and paint them. I refuse to play without a painted army. Like, there's something about it. I just can't play with a... I can't play with an army. I definitely can't play with an army that's not at least primed, and it's painful to play with an army that's not painted yet. So I didn't sign up because didn't want to play without an unpainted army. So I haven't had a chance to play it. But looking over the rules and actually looking like having observed the tournament and paid attention to the flow of the game, it reminds me a lot of, like, 7th edition, or... Yeah, I'd say 7th edition 40k. In a lot of ways. So, if you were a fan of 7th or 6th, I'd say? 6th or 7th. There's elements of it in both. Plus its own uniqueness in a couple spots. But, I'd say, overall, having observed a game and not played one, Horus Heresy looks far more interesting than the latest edition of 40k. To me personally, maybe call it nostalgia since 7th edition was my favorite edition, but I'd say having observed it, I prefer Horus Heresy. The rules look a lot more fun. The games might be a little bit longer, but I didn't get into this for it to be a short hobby. Man, and the same need to be painted. My army, that is. Don't mind the other players. Don't mind the other players. I don't know what you mean by that. Most of the guys I got to go and see at the tournament were having a lot of fun and were cool people. I don't know. Have you had a bad experience with the Horus Heresy community? I might have lucked out. I've not had a bad experience with them. But, yeah. know, they want a short game. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. GW has been doing their damnedest to oversimplify the fuck out of this game. And, like, the latest edition of 10th edition, what was the biggest thing that they did for marketing for 10th edition? Oh, well, we're trying to, like, streamline the games. Like, didn't you do that enough in, like, 9th edition? I fucking... Like, 9th edition has only been fun because of the people I've played with. The actual game itself, objectively, is shit compared to 7th edition, in my opinion. And a lot of people stand by, like, 3rd edition as being, like, the best... sorry, not 3rd. 2nd edition, I think, is a lot... A lot of the older people in the community tend to say that's, like, the best form of 40k was 2nd edition. I don't know, I didn't play 2nd edition. I did play a little bit of 6th, and I played 7th, and I played 8th and 9th. And I'm going to play 10th, begrudgingly, but that's just because my local tournament scene tend to stick to the latest version of the game. Banners look great. Really? Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna leave that weathering. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's a little high right there, but at the same time, I think that works a little bit. I think that works a little bit, so I think I'll leave that. I like that. They started streamlining the game, at the very least from my perspective, definitely back in 7th. But compare what 7th was like to even 8th edition. The streamlining is, like, each edition, they jump the fuck up with, like, the streamlining. Little bits of it happened in 7th, but 7th, in my opinion, was probably I still stand by as the best edition of the game, to me personally. I stand by that. I've looked at the older rules for, like, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, so on. 7th, I stand by, looks like the best of straight 40k. When 8th edition came around, I wasn't really a big fan of it, but played it because, again, my local hobby scene sticks to the latest edition, and I wasn't happy about it, but 8th edition I thought was bad, and then I played 9th, and I was like, can we go back to 8th edition, please? Like, also, like, I hate the latest editions mostly at this point because of how the game modes are nowadays. Now, the games and tournaments are exclusively point control based missions and stuff for 40k, which is getting really old. And I really hate that they're quadrupling down on it for 10th edition. I really want... Because now it's a part of the core stats of each unit for unit capture. That's, like, part of the core stats now. Like, Jesus, can we please get like tournaments of domination where it's literally just my army versus yours? Who's got the tougher army? Who's got the more badass army? Let's go. Like, return to monkey. Like, I play orcs. That's my main army in 40k. Okay, that's been my main army since I joined the game 10 years ago. They have been my army. And you know what fucking sucks? Is every time I go to a tournament, I know I'm going to lose. Not because my army sucks, but because the game is about controlling objectives purely at every tournament. And I can't just rush in with my wah. Unless I'm trying to play to wipe out the other team. Which is a hit and a miss. It's entirely down to their dice roll if that works. So, for me, I'm not a fan of the obsession GW has with point-based games and objectives. It's infuriating. Like, I remember when I first joined the hobby, it was a mix. Like, the tournaments had point-based missions and controls. That's always been a thing. But they also had other modes. Now, some of them, I can't remember if they were actually supported by GW or if they were just local stuff. But, you know, you had, like, matches of domination, which was literally just kill the other team. Or at the very least, like, you'd have a certain number of rounds to kill the other team, and if it didn't happen by a certain number of rounds, whoever had the most models left on the board won. Like, or had the most point values, at the very least, left on the board, won. Like, the value of your army won. So if you were Custodes, you know, you wouldn't get gypped just because your army's an elite army anyway and you have few units. But the value of your units. Like, I remember those tournaments. Those were fun. I remember Headhunter. I can't, again, that's the one I'm not sure if GW actually had that as an official mode or not in the tournaments. But what Headhunter was the goal of the game was to kill the other enemy's HQs. So the objective of the game basically was you would have to both you and the other team, the other player would have to mitigate, like, okay, my HQ does really, really good in battle, but do I want to risk him getting fucking swamped and the other guy winning, because the whole objective is not to kill my other guys or get objectives, but kill specifically my HQ. Ooh. No, you can't kill main burn. You gotta take and hold blur. Yeah, it's frustrating. I hate GW's obsession with it lately. It's just there's so much more they could be doing, but every tournament, I don't even have to look at the latest booklet to know what the missions are. It's objective control. That's the only tournament type they do now. They don't do domination matches. They don't do Headhunter. And they don't do King of the Hill, which was just... that's also an objective-based one. But in that one, there's only one objective. And the goal of the game is basically to hold your units in the center of the board for the longest. That's still more fun than the game modes they have now. Which, I don't know. That's frustrating for me. I miss a mix. Like a healthy mix of different things. But, no. GW have decided the only game mode that need exist, objective control. I hate it. Almost like GW is taking the soul out of 40k, but when have you ever heard them doing that? But no, when? Okay, you're missing a comma. But no, when have you ever heard of them doing that? Yesterday, when they nuked Dreadnoughts. That sucked. Yeah, talk about a soul crusher. That one, not even just Dreadnoughts too. Honestly, that is sucky. And the Stern Guard guys, that also sucks. But to be honest, when you scroll down and see all the Forge World stuff they nuked, honestly, the Dread felt bad, but it's the tip of the iceberg. Like Tiberos, the Red Wake. Them nuking him, and then so much of like the other Forge World stuff, including the greater demons of each of the Chaos Gods. Holy fuck! It's just, you read through that list and it's just like, my soul is gone as I read through this entire article. And then the fact that they gaslight the community in the article saying, oh, but some people are going to claim that we're replacing Firstborn with Primaris, but that's not true. You can still field a full army of Firstborn, and we have no plans to nuke Firstborn Marines for Primaris. Except the plans that you outlined in that fucking article, you cocksuckers. Don't you gaslight me. Don't you lie to me. You were doing it in the article. In the same article, you say you're not replacing anything. You are. The Stern Guard veteran, those guys, they're getting replaced by Primaris units. So if someone doesn't have Stern Guard right now and doesn't buy them from you within the FOMO amount of time that you've set up, then they're fucked unless they play Primaris. So don't tell me I can still feel... Not if I want to play those units. Fucking bullshit. Unless you're encouraging us to go print STLs. Oh wait, that's against your goddamn rules. God, I hate GW. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, I really quickly want to go through the rest of these and whether that will... Well, no, I'll weather those later. I'll actually get back to painting the models here. All right, where's my handle? I had my painting handle over here. Now, I misplace it again. There it is. Boom. I moved it. I did what I always do to myself. I move my shit around. Okay. Let me quickly check something. Boom. Alright. Stuart says, I like... Hey, Jenny. Yeah. I like all the different tanks and armor options in Horus Heresy 2. Yes, I agree. The options on par are awesome. Plus, I like the books that we get for them. Because there's 3 of them, and they're this fucking thick. I like that a lot more than having like 15 codexes and then like a thick-ass core rulebook. No, now it's core rulebook, traders, loyalists. That's it. That's all you need. You're good. Granted, they're all thick like fucking that, but still. If anything, it makes it feel better to collect all 3 of them, because it's like, it's nice. Like, it's nice and hefty. It feels really good to go through them. They're really detailed. If you feel like you're getting more for your money when you buy them. Plus the lore. Yeah, the lore of the Horus Heresy has always been better. Don't get me wrong. I've read 32 out of the, I think it's like 54, 60-something Horus Heresy books. There's definitely highs and lows to the series. That's for sure. I still stand by my favorite is The Flight of the Eisenstein. It's my favorite book. Out of the 32 I've read, it's my favorite. It's been my favorite since I read it. I think next to it is probably got to be Horus Rising. I know it's weird to go to that one, but I think Horus Rising is my second favorite. It's just the start of it was towards the best. And then my third is crap. It's the first Dark Angels Horus Heresy book. I'm trying to remember the name. I know it's not a good sign to not be able to remember the name, but it's one of the best. I think I have it on my audio. I recently re-listened to it on Audible, so. Audible library. Was it Fallen Angels? No, I don't think it was Fallen Angels. Descent of Angels. I think it was. I think it was actually 2 books. Descent of Angels and Fallen Angels. There was those 2. I'm trying to, like, the book cover I remember, but they're really small on Audible. Yeah, I think those 2 together, because they're one consistent story about the Dark Angels. That was my next one. I really like that one. I might have the wrong ones though. Darkness Rising. Again, it's not Galaxy in Flames. I know that. False Gods, no. I've read a lot of these fucking books. I'd actually have to pull it up and like listen. To tell you exactly which one. I know how it starts, so I'd have to listen to like the first minutes. I can just tell you it's the Dark Angels book where we're introduced to the Lion. Back on Caliban when he still has like the knightly orders, right, that are fighting the beasts of the forests of Caliban, and it's all through the eyes of an aspirant who later becomes a librarian and so on. I know it's that. But the name of the book won't stick in my head for any reason. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the one. It's Descent of Angels and Fallen Angels. The two of those flow together directly. I'm pretty sure those are it. So those together are like my fourth spot. Or third spot. Third and fourth. Ah. Alright, now, where were we? Ah, yes, painting. That thing. Let me pull up my brushes. I'm just gonna pre-pull out like 4 or 5. So this guy needs some. So I think I got all of his black. Need to touch that up with some red. This guy's almost done. I gotta do his eyes, and I gotta do that decal right there in gold. The what? Oh, wow, I think I almost finished this guy. Damn, I don't even remember almost finishing him. Yeah, he just needs his eyes done, and that's it. His eyes and that gold bit right there. I don't remember finishing you. I kind of feel like that scene from like Lord of the Rings where Gandalf is like, I have no memory of this place. I'm looking at this model, I'm like, I finished you? Question mark? Yeah, just gotta get the eyes, that gold bit right there, and if I want to, do a custom decal right there and call it good. I think I'm actually going to leave that blank. I have at least one of them blank. If anything, that's going to make him stand out in this particular squad so much, because the rest of them have something. Meanwhile, this guy's just like, I am simple, I am blessed. Forge World are going to bring out, maybe it's Fulgrim in demon form. Are they planning on redoing them all or most? For 40k? And the thing is, Forge World aren't doing the 40k ones because well, they might be designing them. I don't know who in the background is doing what, but I know that the Lion is coming out or came out in plastic. 30k. Isn't Fulgrim already available? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure all the Primarchs are already available on Forge World. Are we missing anybody? I know Dorn is available. I know Sanguinius is available. I know Sanguinius is available because this is the Forge World model for Sanguinius. Like, right here. Boom. Like, so at least I definitely know he's there. I know Gilliman's there. I just filtered on Forge World. Hold on, let me... Hold on. Yeah. Boom. So, just filtering for it on Forge World, we have 18 results. So that's all the known Primarchs. And the 2 that are missing we're not supposed to know. Yeah, they're all out, just that on the 30k roadmap they're showing another coming. Maybe they're updating one. If we're talking about updating, I'd say out of this list, are they update I didn't see the can you remind me of the roadmap? Are they like switching it to plastic or is it still resin? Still resin, that means I'd have to... Who would they be updating? Let's update. Yes, resin. Okay. Which one do I think they'll update? I'd like them to update all of them to it, because I think a lot of these sculpts are old now. So it'd be nice if they updated everybody, but if I had to say which sculpt looks the roughest to me and I'd like them to update, I think my top 3 of the Forge World models I don't like for like the Primarchs, it'd be Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus, and as much as I hate him, Lorgar. Lorgar is kind of basic bitch right now in terms of his sculpt. Yeah. And his is really just boring. It's some steps, some skulls, and he's just standing there. Say what you will about everybody else, but at least everybody else of the Primarchs are doing something, right? Like, he's just there. Not to mention, he looks like 20 times the Emperor's age in his face. So if there's one that needs updating, like fucking Lorgar, I hate his ass, but Lorgar. But everybody else is doing something, right? Like Sanguinius, he's, you know, he's flying, he's charging down into the breach, he's going for it, man. You know, like that's Sanguinius. You know, Angron is literally slashing through his own sons as he brushes into battle with corpses on the battlefield. Corvus is at the top of a precipice with those wicked wings. He's in the fight. He's in the grind. Magnus is chanting forth magic. Lorgar, he's standing there. Menacingly. I'm sorry. Yeah, he needs an update. I don't even care if the quality goes up. Just give him doing something else. I get that this is pretty much lore accurate. Like, he's just standing there. What? I mean, come on, man. Like, it's just so boring. Granted, it's just as boring as Gilliman, but Gilliman's supposed to be a boring douche. So, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, by the way, for anyone who's new to my channel, I have a passionate hatred for Gilliman. I've explained it in the past. Just literally, like, if you go past in, like, some basic streams, I've gone over it several times. So, I dislike the Ultramarines, but I hate Gilliman. Least favorite Primarch, and least favorite character in the whole mythos. Say we will about Erebus and Lorgar, but at least they were like just douchebags. They did something. Meanwhile, Girly Man is just a sanctimonious prick. Who's, just, in my opinion, just as much of a traitor as Horus is, but everyone forgot about Imperial Secundus. Not to mention what he did to Dorn. Jesus, I hate Gilliman. Hate Gilliman, just saying. And as someone who's painted Conrad's Kurz model, like, for a commission, I love this model. Like, this model and the scenery are great. So, yeah, this holds up. But, Lorgar's just standing there menacingly. Gilliman's just standing there posturing, which is all he's good for. And so, if anything, that doesn't need updating. That's perfect representation of him. Fulgrim, I think Fulgrim needs an update just because, if I recall correctly, I don't like his face or his hair. Like, his head is the worst part of this sculpt right here. The scene, I don't mind. I think it's fine. The face, man, this is just rough. I think that needs updating. And Ferrus needs to be updated because, again, just like there's not much going on in this. He's swinging out his hammer. That's it. Like everybody else has a more dynamic base and like other stuff going on. Ferrus is literally just swinging his hammer. So he needs a more dynamic, like epic base too. So, yeah, those are the three I think I would like to see an update for, but I don't know. Practically, do I know who they're going to do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Have they given any hints? If they gave any hints, I could definitely tell you. Like, some angle at it, like... The bloodthirsty one will get his due. Like that. Okay, that's probably Angron or Conrad Kurz in that case. Bloodthirsty in two different senses. Anyway, back to the painting, which we're kind of delayed in doing here. Alrighty. I probably should flip this so dry them off properly. There we go. Alright, so I will have to tackle the eyeballs. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to do a base coat of green. Lord Ark could just be holding up a book as if he's preaching to his followers mid-fight. I mean, that would be better than him just standing there holding his fucking mallet. Like, he's just standing there like... That's it. That's all he's doing. He's not... At least Gilliman is at least doing... I'm doing something right. I'm doing something right. It's something. At least it's a dynamic posture. You love the charm of nothing. Well, I don't. I do not enjoy the time of nothing. Alright. It's much darker than I wanted it to be. But it's workable. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright. Alright. A plastic army is coming in the winter for 30k. Well, an updated maybe Solar Auxilia. Oh, please be Solar Auxilia. That would be awesome. Mechanicum would be cool too, but I would prefer Solar Auxilia because to see the Solar Auxilia or Auxilia, I keep saying it. I think I keep fucking pronouncing it. Anyway, the original, for those who don't know, in terms of the lore, that's like the proto Astra Militarum. Before the Astra Militarum were the Astra Militarum, back when basic humans fighting were just extra backup to the Space Marines, because the Space Marines were the main combatants during the Great Crusades. Like, they were the main ones on the battlefield, supported by Titans, supported by other various mechs, like Imperial Knights, but before we knew them as Imperial Knight. The same type of Imperial Knights as we do today. Back when they were they were backed up by a lot. Space Marines were the main fighters and invaders and conquerors of worlds. But they were backed up by Solar Auxilia. Auxilia. which were the Imperial Army, effectively, at the time. They were just basic humans that got conscripted to help out. The way they're portrayed in the books of the Horus Heresy, they were still a significant force. It's hard to say that the Space Marines were definitely the main force of conquering in the galaxy, but the Solar Auxilia weren't like a minor, like it wasn't like the roles were switched during the Great Crusade or anything between then and 40k. It's because now in 40k the Astra Militarum are the military force for the Imperium. They are the main combatants in pretty much every single front. Every battle will include the Astra Militarum in 40k, effectively, that the Imperium wages anyway. Where Space Marines are going to be a rare occurrence, and if you get them, you're either extremely lucky or extremely unlucky, depending on who arrives. If it's the Black Templars or the Grey Knights, it was nice knowing you. If it's the Lamenters or the Salamanders, you might get to go home. Although if it's the Lamenters, you get to go home, but unfortunately you get to go home because they're probably going to die in your place. But yeah. Point is, it's not like the roles were switched. The Solar Auxilia were still a major armed force in the Great Crusade, but they just weren't like the main stay necessarily. Like they usually fielded onto the battlefield with the Space Marines and backed them up. And obviously, their forces would be like the pilots of like Titans and stuff, and would be involved in all that. But yeah. But I would love to see the Solar Auxilia. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Stuart, because I didn't play the original Great Crusade. Like, before this re-release of Horus Heresy, I did not play the original. So I don't know if they existed then. I don't think I've ever seen a Solar Auxilia model, short of STLs. I've seen like people make custom STLs for them, but I don't think I've seen anyone make I don't think I've seen any like official GW Solar Auxilia. But it would be really cool to see the Solar Auxilia. Like that'd be awesome. Mechanicus, although to be fair, out of those two, I think Mechanicus might end up being what they go with. Because, unfortunately, Walmart got brushes, went to the gym, came back, and you are still going? Yep, still going. Welcome home. Hope you're doing good. Hope the trip into town wasn't too long. Yes, I'm still going. Now I'm actually properly painting, although I keep taking breaks to like talk. Sorry. Oh, I think I got a little too much of my brush there. Pretty basic eyes right there. Yeah, you start with like a dark base for any for tip for doing lenses, by the way, for everybody. When you do lenses, start with the dark base color, and if you bleed out of the spot you're intending to do, it's okay. If you're lucky, it might end up looking like a little bit like a glow, but do your best to still stay in like the lines though. But for like the eyes, do a dark coat, and then towards the edge of the eyes, with a second coat with like a lighter form of the same color you're using. It doesn't, not like really bright. You want to do like a mid-tone. So like a dark coat, mid-tone, and then like a bright tone at the end, and then like a dot of white to like make that little lens reflection. So I just did the mid-tone and the base, so now I'm going to do like one last really bright one towards the very edge, and then I'm going to do a dash of white to give that lens effect. The best example out of the ones I've already done for that one's a pretty good one. Yeah, that one's a pretty good example, like that lens effect I'm talking about. Like I did the base coat, did the mid-tone, did the bright glow towards the end, and then did a dot of white. Unfortunately, the dot of white ended up being a bit more of a splotch of white. It's about bigger than I wanted it to be. But still, achieves the same effect. Especially from a distance. You know, you see. It's a nice little lens. So lenses are really easy to do, generally speaking. If you don't have steady hands, then... Actually, that one's a little bit better. Because it's 2 smaller dots, so better reflective. Yeah. Ooh. So now for the later tone. I'm gonna mix a little bit of Flash Gets Yellow with the green. Go. And then I can do a dash of white. Thing is, the best part is with how well that blends. You don't even need to do the dash of white to make that lens effect look good. But it really sells it towards the end if you want, if you feel like adding it. Make the Imperial Guard and Navy look bad. The Solar Auxilia? I mean, yeah, they were far more organized. Not that the Ashramil, well, okay, I was about to say not that they aren't, but they aren't. By comparison, for sure. The Ashramil Tarm compared to the Solar Auxilia? No, like, it's not even, that's not no contest. Oh. Where's my white? A bag of paints. The thing is, I had my paints all nicely organized downstairs where I normally paint. I normally paint in the basement. But I can't stream in the basement because there's no signal. And the dainty little laptop I have down there wouldn't be good with streaming anyway. So if I want to stream miniature painting, I have to bring all my shit upstairs. I found one of my Retributor golds. There we go. It's like... I have 2 whites in here, I know that. Yeah, why does it feel like I'm looking for a needle in a haystack? You know, you think bright white would stick out. Am I blind? What was I? Must be. There it is. They make these things called cables. Ooh. Yes, I do know about that. Plastic Legion Command Squad. Yeah. Sucks you gotta wait till next spring, but yeah. Wait is worth it. I hope. $30K weapons and armor beat the hell out of 40K. I mean, that's kind of like the whole grimdark element of 40K after all. I mean, the idea of it is that 40K is the tragic fall from grace that even the Imperium had by comparison. The thing is, the Imperium of the Great Crusades is a fall from grace from the golden age of humanity, and 40K Imperium is a fall from grace from even that fall from grace. Till the prime off. No. I still like. The Primaris were the right idea for the wrong faction. Because honestly, Chaos needed like a new like burgeoning threat to introduce that wasn't just Abaddon's 15th fucking crusade or some shit. Like that man, numerous black crusades that achieve virtually nothing. Failbadon being his fucking nickname in the greater community. They needed some kind of facelift of threat outside of just the Fall of Cadia. And really, like this. Instead, the writer's like, you know who needs new models? New shit? How about the faction we have the most models and most new shit for? Goddamn GW. Well, Unification of Terror was their rise from the Dark Age. Yes, but it's even with how the height, the greatest height of the Horus Heresy, the Great Crusade of the Emperor's Imperium is still a shadow of what the Golden Age of humanity was. I mean, the STCs, the Standard Template Construct, the AI one that they encountered, or the AI that they encountered, that shot a fucking black hole for like a ship to like an enemy ship to repeat itself on to destroy it. Like that kind of technology was from the golden age of humanity. That's the kind of weaponry that the Men of Iron faced off the golden age of humans with. And even that SDC said that Space Marines were a shadow of they were like a devolved shadow of the masters that created them. Like the humans that created the Men of Iron were even far surpassing things like that. So that paints a pretty clear picture that the place that the Emperor came from, well, he came from Old Earth and like the ancient times, and then he lived to the golden age of humanity. But from those ashes of humanity's height, that is so incomprehensibly superior to even the greatest heights of the Imperium. So even the Imperium at its height, its greatest state, is still a dim shadow compared to what we were in the Golden Age of humanity. Now, yes, if we're including the Unity Wars on Terra and like the Great Separation, all that, that's definitely a greater fall from grace than the Imperium was. So if we're looking at like a chart, right? Golden Age of humanity is like way up here, right? And then it goes down all the way down for when they completely lost space travel and also not being able to recover from the Men of Iron War. Everything their fall, wicked fucking hard. Like here's then the Unity Wars, then the height of the Great Crusade Imperium. 30k. 40k. Well, not all the way down, but 40k. Like Unity, pre-Unity Wars on Terra is like right here. So a little bit better. Still shit situation though. But no matter what, all of those other charts still nowhere near the Golden Age. Well, they could have just sold it as a new mark of power. That's what they should have done. If they were determined to release new models for for Space Marines, they could have just released it. Honestly, like the making Primaris just as an excuse to have like a separate stat block so they could make a superior version of normal Space Marines, just because they knew that would force like both the hardcore collectors who just want to collect just because of the new model, new thing must buy. They wanted them, and they wanted the sweaty gamers, the ones who meta play, the ones who want like the best stats, period, for their army. It's like, oh, Primaris, they got a better roll than the normal ones, so I gotta buy them. They wanted both those parties to buy up all the fucking Primaris. That's why they did that. If they had just done a new mark of armor and it was just an updated facelift of the Firstborn Marines but had the same stat blocks, they would have lost the metagamers in buying them. Because a lot of metagamers would just be like, my army's still good then. Oh, shit. Hold on, folks. I'm getting called by my better half. I shall be right back. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. My girlfriend's water heater broke, and she needed advice, so she called me. And I gave her the grand old advice of call the water heater. Call the plumbing. Well, I know a little bit of like I know basic handyman stuff, so I did ask her like, hey, do you see where the burst was? Do you see what the interruption was? I told her to describe what was going on, and didn't get a lot of details. So I just told her, I don't know, call the plumbing company. Love you. It's a little touch of white, which you gotta be careful with. It's so easy to make this too big. Oh, it's not coming off. Crap, it dried on the way to the eye. Stop drying on the way to the eyeball. Fucking. Ah! She plays orc, she can kit bash that broken water hater. Unfortunately, my girl does not play this stuff. She, thing is, when we started dating and I told her about it, I was like, she's not gonna have any interest in this crap. She does have interest in what I do to the extent of she finds the collecting and the assembling and paint. To quote my girlfriend, when I described to her the process of collecting the minis, assembling them from these little itty bitty parts on sprues with super glue and stuff, to painting, to like cleaning up the model, to everything, her reaction was, "That's so hot." I went, "You fucking with me?" She went, "No, like, for you to have the patience to do this shit, that's hot." So, officially speaking, for the current relationship I'm in, I turned on my girlfriend by describing the process in which I anally fucking painted these tiny little minis. That is official Asmo lore. She has no interest in the universe or the hobby at all, but she thinks it's cool. So, at least she's supportive of the hobby. That was funny, though. She's a keeper. I know. She's a keeper. I don't think I'll ever get her into the hobby. Like, I'm not even going to try, because my girlfriend's not the type to... I know this for a fact with her. If you try and get her into something, she becomes resistant to it. Like, she has to come to it on her own terms. It's the beard. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. She has warned me that if I ever shave my beard completely, she may not be able to date me until it grows back. So, it's definitely a potential relationship hazard. Okay. Yeah, I'm not happy with those white dots, but they do their job. Oh, she just texted me. They got it turned off. Okay, that's good. Lenses are all done there, so now... Oh, I do gotta get his little mouth grill right there. That should be pretty quick, though. Alright. way. Also gonna do a. Gotta paint that bead. I'll paint the straps there on the pistol. Gonna paint that brown. I'm just trying to make sure I do everything before on like the actual mini before I touch the base. I don't want to touch the base until I'm done the actual model. Makeup brushes are dry brushes, yay or nay? Makeup brushes? The makeup brushes I'm aware of are too soft. Like, you want... I'll show you my dry brushes. A couple people got, like, different ones, right? But here's, like, a basic kit of mine. So these are my dry brushes. Yeah, they still got frills that come out of them. But these are my dry brushes. I wouldn't use these for makeup, that's for damn sure. They're really coarse and really rough, and they're supposed to be. Like, that's what you want out of your dry brushes. You want coarse, you want rough, you want scrapey. So if you're talking, I don't know every makeup brush, to be fair. Like, the ones I'm thinking of are really soft and feathery, which they wouldn't be very good at all for dry brushing. But if there's a makeup brush like this, like that's super coarse, that's, you know, that spreads out, it's very frilled or frayed, that's what you're aiming for a dry brush. But I can't think of any makeup brushes that are coarse or frilly. Well, I can think of frilly ones, but they're not coarse. They're soft and gentle. I'll fight. Damn it. Thanks, Nathan. You pinching pennies. The brushes I picked up are luckily only $5. I mean, yeah, that again, that's why I think you should stick with like synthetics and stuff. If they're really cheap brushes, and they'll last you a while. And these aren't expensive. Like, these are also a Walmart buy. Like, the brand is Played, but it's like a Chinese brand. Like, these are cheap as, like, I still pull out, like, occasionally I have to do this every time. Before I start, like, painting my minis, I have to do this to drag out any, like, loose strands so they don't, like, come out when I'm in the middle of dry brushing. So, these are really cheap. Like, this is not expensive. This is like $5 in and of it. Like, the whole kit of these I got was like $5. But as for makeup brushes, I'd have to see the brush you're talking about. But just from memory of the makeup brushes I'm aware of, they're super soft and not as coarse. So I need to see what you're talking about. Yeah, no problem. I'm always here to advise. I've painted my fair share of minis. Quite a few on stream. Still, by far, I think my favorite is still my Imperial Knight. Yep, this is Hyperion. That's not the name of the model. That's the name of the character. Like, this is, like, I have, like, personal custom homebrew lore for this guy. Sorry, he's a bit dusty. Which actually kind of adds to his aesthetic a little bit, but, you know. Hand-painted crosses all the way around. Again, I don't do decals. I just hand paint everything. But, yep. Oh. Yeah, he does need a dusting, but it doesn't look bad with the dust. At least is that. Yeah, I do a lot of freehand stuff. Again, I just don't like doing transfers. I've put transfers on a couple minis. I stand by that just didn't look good. Like I followed the exact tutorials that everyone gives about them. You know, you wet them in water, you transfer it on, and then you do a coat of like a matte medium or a medium or varnish, something like that. Like a clear, colorless like paint, effectively, like a layer of it to seal it on. I've done that. It just still looked off. Even I did weathering around it to make it look like it blended in. I could still see the outline of the decal. I just didn't like it. So for me, I just like I like, if I'm gonna do a decorative decal type thing, I'm gonna hand paint it on. Like with this guy, hand painted on, blood drop. This guy, hand painted on. Boom. If I'm gonna do that stuff, I paint it on myself. It's just, otherwise, it just bugs the shit out of me. Okay, so now I need my Beastie Brown. I'm gonna do some leather straps. What the? No, how did that happen? Okay, well, I'm gonna do one of my studs got nicked with white, so I'm gonna have to. I already have to use some gold though for that detail on the gun anyway. Let's see, we can put that down. Well, I think sometimes it depends on the flaw, right? Like, but sometimes a flawed, like, hand-painted thing looks better than a decal does. Because decals sometimes, in a sense, this is gonna sound weird, but in a sense, they are too perfect. Like, the shapeliness of it. Because the thing is, the idea with, like, the transfers and the decals, right? They're supposed to simulate, like, a symbol that has been painted on. Now, of course, on industrial stuff, people would use, like, a stencil and, like, spray paint stuff on, right? But at the same time, with like Marines or like certain units, you got to know that they hand paint their own gear, right? Like they add their own personal touch to the equipment that they're using. So for me, I think it's important. I think sometimes having like a little bit of a flaw with like a hand painted one it looks like it blends better because you painted it directly on yourself. And B, whatever flaws it has sometimes can make it just look like a person did it. Like a person putting on their own artistic work would make flaws or make mistakes with their own work in real life anyway. So that sometimes helps sell it to feel more like a custom thing to the unit as opposed to just a transfer. That clearly is a transfer. Alright. I choose you. Sorry, I bumped the tripod. Trying to find the sweet spot with the camera here. That is true. That is true. Was it customizing and the thing is, it's not like they don't do it in 40K too, but it's definitely especially depending on the chapter. Like a very like the culture of chapter. Like for example, the Ultramarines. I don't think, at least on top of my head, I don't think like culturally they would be as upbeat with like customizing your armor however you wish, especially not like freely. Obviously, like all chapters do a level of like adornment based on like accomplishments and stuff like that, but like personalizing your gear or stuff like that is definitely dependent on chapter. I'd say during the Horus Heresy, like the ones that would probably do it the most would probably be the Emperor's Children, the Blood Angels, the Iron Warriors, but. Well, no, sorry, not the Iron Warriors. The Iron Hands. Yeah, Ferrus Manus's Legion. They customized their gear, but not like painting and like decorative. They'd be more in the case of like armaments and like custom, like Mechanicus type gear, like alterations to their shit. That'd be more their wheelhouse. But, you know, yeah, that was definitely a thing more at that time than in the modern Imperium. I was thinking of doing a video on the many reasons people play bad guys on the tabletop. You know what Winter Minis should have done in the first place? Of course, with actual research and opinions. Well, that'd be cool. That'd be a cool video. I eagerly await it. That sounds nice. That could definitely be a good video. Show them how it's done. Like, hey, jackass, this is what you should have done. Well, of course, you'd be nicer about it than I would. side of his face when I got the actual gear. Oh well. In for a penny, in for a pound. Gotta let that dry anyway, and I'll have to go over that side of his face again with some Mephiston red. Yeah, but the simple reason like people want to play like bad guys in like fiction and stuff like that is it's a healthy way to just kind of get out some like maliciousness. Plus, it's also kind of fun. It's freeing. Like being a bad guy, when you think about it, the ultimate expression of freedom is being a bad guy. Like, as twisted as it is when you think about that, it's true. Like, think about it. Who's the most free in any given fictional setting? It's the bad guys. Like, the bad guys are the most free because they do what they want. They take control of their future and their fate. And they get to do what they want. Oftentimes what they want is horrible, right? But they're the ultimate expression of freedom. Of doing what you want on your own terms, how you will. Now, yeah, at the end of the day, they need to be conquered, they need to be beaten because what they want to do is too far. But at the same time, they still express that ultimate extreme of freedom. So, that's why it's fun to kind of pretend to be one. You obviously don't want to actually be the bad guy, because the actual bad guy does actually bad things. But it's just that simulation of truly letting loose and like just going ham with freedom. The ultimate expression of it. I'd say that's why it's so. I think that's why playing the bad guy is so alluring, because it's just a safe way to express that power, to express that control, to express that freedom. That would be my take on like why people like playing bad guys in fiction. It's because they want to be that free. They want to be that loose. They want to be that deliciously over the top. But at the same time, do it in a form that isn't actually going to hurt anybody, isn't actually going to cause any issues. It's a safe way to express and experience that level of freedom. That's just my take on it, though. Everyone to each their own. And I'm curious to see what your take is about it, Nathan. Yokai, what is up? Is fun to be horrible and have no consequences? I mean, yeah, but like, I guess the question though is why? Why is it fun to be horrible? Again, like I think when you get to the bare bones of it, it's the freedom. It's the ultimate expression of I do what I want. That's why it's so alluring. It's not because anyone wants to actually do the things that some of the villains do. It's just, again, they're the ultimate extreme of pure freedom. Sonorous voice, cough, cough, Christopher Lee, cough. True. He didn't want to. He really didn't want to be Saruman. I feel bad for him. He really wanted to be Gandalf. Yeah, that sucks. The bad guys are not free. They just give the illusion of freedom, but they probably are the biggest slaves to their desires. True. But again, I guess at that point it depends on our definitions of freedom. Like if we're going like by the essence of freedom as in like true freedom from like everything, then technically the only way to achieve that is death. Like, and even then, if you're religious, then you're still not free then. But if what I'm talking about is like, again, not the traditional sense of freedom, like the lack of a governmental force stopping you from doing as you wish. Now, yeah, he's still a slave to his desires, but that's not what we're talking about when we talk about freedom. It's more from outside forces when we talk about the freedom in general sense. And outside force and villains are not slaves to outside forces. In fact, they enslave others with them being the outside force. Now, again, they're not something you would actually want to be, but it's like a safe way to explore it, like explore feeling like it without actually doing the bad things. And when you think about it, good guys or good people are the most restrained and restricted, because to avoid hurting people's feelings, to avoid avoid causing problems ever, you basically just got to keep your mouth shut. You got to restrict yourself. You got to hold yourself back from doing this, that, or the other. All that is inherently restrictive, and it, at the end of the day, like, if you can pretend to be a bad guy, you get to pretend to be let loose from that social obligation for even like a brief hour. And again, like, if people want to go back to having those restrictions, here's the thing: freedom is desirable to an extent, but the freedom in the expression of like a villainous sense, where it's like over the top, nobody truly wants that. Like, again, that's why we tend to only see people really delve into it in fictional senses. Like, very few people actually want to be the villain, if anyone. Well, power is freedom, and freedom is power, yokai. That's like the villainous. Again, like, that's you're splitting hairs here, bro. Tomato, 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 tomato. Yeah, but again, like, virtue, self-discipline, all these things are good, but you cannot deny that they're restrictive. They chain you, in a sense, and they chain your behaviors, they chain your thoughts, they chain the way you can do things. But they're good chains. They're chains we accept and we understand are a necessity. But inherently, they do prevent you from being truly socially free. A good way, but still. By being the villain, you don't have those. You don't have to worry about virtue. You don't have to worry about self-discipline. You don't have to have those restrictions. Now again, nobody wants... Well, I say nobody. Good people don't actually want those chains removed, but the idea of them removed is just kind of fun to think about and simulate with. That's why I'm playing a bad guy in fiction. Okay, so the black's dry, so now I can switch to my fist in red and fix the helmet. Urgh. There we go. There we go. Also, what's with all the redemption arcs? Why can't villains nowadays be more like Frieza as an evil? I mean, I do miss characters just being just over the top fucking evil, and It is getting kind of boring to have every single villain just like, oh, they just need the right chance and they can turn it all around. Like, can we just have a villain that's just like, I'm gonna mass murder everybody? I think that's also why, like, the villain in like the Puss in Boots movie, the new one. Yeah, there was a villain in there. Like, there's two villains in there actually that are both like unapologetically like evil. There's like the wolf character and their big fat guy. Both are just pure villains from everything I've seen. Neither I get a redemption arc in either of their films. Big Jack Horner, yeah. So you play a bad guy, so that is why Blood Angels? What? No. I like the Blood Angels because they're actually one of the better, least evil factions. Within the Space Marines, anyway. The most evil aspect about them is the blood rage, which they don't particularly like. It's an unfortunate aspect that they inherited from their Primarch that even he didn't want. Alright. Is there anything? I gotta click that. I gotta hit that. But is there anything like brown, black, or red I gotta hit on? I gotta fix that a little bit. Better than being in the Astartes of the Lehman Russ, bunch of furries. I like the Space Wolves, to be honest. Like, the Space Wolves are up there on my list. But the Blood Angels are higher. Alright, so I think we're good to move on to gold. Yep, looks like we're good. Okay. So, gonna hit on the gold. And then the Marine is done. And then I can do his base. Retributor armor. I gotta do the edge highlight, but I'm gonna do that after the wash, I think. Oh. Redemption is the laziest writing method. Well, I disagree. First of all, I don't even see like the redemption art as a writing method. It is an expression of writing. Like the method is actually what you do to achieve the redemption. Now, if the redemption you write is good, it is good. Redemption you write is lazy, it's lazy, and no one buys it. So I wouldn't say the redemption arc is in and of itself a writing method. The writing method is what translates to a redemption arc, and that informs whether it is good or bad. How well you think about it, how well the details work out, whether you actually earn the redemption by the average moral person standards. Which Hollywood really doesn't understand morals or ethics, so But I don't believe redemption arcs are inherently lazy. It's how you do them that is lazy or not. And I do think Hollywood has gotten lazy with them. That, and again, Hollywood doesn't have morals in and of itself, so seeing them try to pull off redemption arcs is actually quite fucking hilarious. It's like, wow, this character like murdered thousands of people, but they did it in the name of feminism, so it's okay. That's modern writing's redemption arc. How impressive. Oh my god, I'm so compelled. This character like led to millions of people dying. Aren't they such an angel? Because they did it in the name of women. Yeah, so. If you are not in and of yourself a moral or ethical person, then you of course cannot translate or result your works to represent such. You need to have ethics and morals first before you can achieve a redemption arc and achieve a moral or ethical character. And that's why Hollywood sucks at it. Yeah, I'm still... oh, God. Yeah, from Final Fantasy XIV, yeah, that still pisses me off. Like, so many people got mad at me because I didn't forgive Emmett for everything he did. It's like, you didn't cry because Emmett so died? What's wrong with you? Don't you have a soul? Where you're moral? I'm like, motherfucker, he murdered people. He slaughtered thousands. Oh my god, but because he's hot and had like a charming voice, everybody was like, I forgive every evil he's ever done. Because he was charming towards the end. It's like, y'all need to grow like a pair of ethical balls, please? For like 5 seconds? For Christ's sake. My god, this even the character himself, when we meet his past self, said, oh my god, I would never be a megalomaniacal evil maniac like that. He said it himself! Fuck you. I'm still, like, I felt so righteous, like, against everybody else who was like, oh my god, isn't Emmett such an amazing character? It's like, yeah, he's a great character, but he's a fucking evil villain. No, he's not. Fuck you. Like, he deserved what he got fully. He's a cool character. He's a great character. I regret the one we dealt with in our modern day died because of the time. You know, it's like when an evil villain does pass. It's like, oh well, they were a fun character. That's how I felt with MXL. It's like kind of like a Disney villain death. It's like, fun character, deserved what he got though. Oh man, my neck. Got a headache, like really brewing. I'm trying to ignore it, but it won't go away. Okay, so I already got the backs here. That's drying, so I'll leave that for a second. But I gotta get the grill there. I need my lead belcher, and of course I need to go back in the bag. Yep. Lead belcher, I called upon you. Swear to God, I'll laugh my ass off if I find a lead belcher way faster than I found the white. I found 2 of them. I found 2 of them at the same time. And I found it faster than the white. Could just get a shelf. Well, like I said earlier, didn't you guys hear me? I said earlier, my painting setup is downstairs. Like, I have multiple shelves, and I have, like, painting holders. I have a full thing downstairs, but to stream it, I need to go upstairs. Here, where my computer is. So, all of it's in a bag, so it's mobile. when I'm downstairs, everything's organized. Like, I have all my Citadel in one spot. I have all my Vallejo in the spot. I have any extras stashed away. So I have a shelf. I have several. Problem is, they're all downstairs, and they're not easily available for the streaming setup. Then why not your computer? I'm not on a laptop, dude. It's a tower. Additionally, I'd have to feed the Ethernet cable through multiple walls to get it downstairs to where I'd move my computer to. And plus, this is my office area. It's way easier to move the paints on the rare occasion I stream, like miniature painting, than it is to move the fucking tower, which is bigger than me, and weighs like 250 pounds and is fragile as fuck, down a flight of stairs to a concrete basement where it doesn't get any signal. That or a handful of paints in a bag and some brushes. Which, if I drop, worst case scenario, one of the paint pots breaks open and there's paint all over the place that I have to clean up. But that's a $5 replacement versus the 2.8K that my computer costs? Thought that one was kind of obvious. Okay. Just looking everything over, so I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I think it's good for recess wash. This means Acrex Earthshade, time to do your job. And from there... I'll take a ticket of that. That makes feelings about the power rivets. Okay, so I will need you. Alright. That is something I completely overlooked. Of course I did. I didn't do the strap. Damn it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Grumble! You mean the studs? The bowl, the power of it. They're studs. You don't like the studs? I like the studs. The studs be cool. They actually are the only saving grace of this power, this armor set. I mean, my biggest problem with this armor set is the overflowing knee. Stupid question. Is wash just watered down paint? Effectively, yes. But the yes and no, I guess is the best way to put it. It is just watered down paint, but it's also got a little dish soap in it too. Or a soapy equivalent. I don't know if it's necessarily exactly dish soap. So what a wash is yes, it's a heavily watered or thinned paint. It's not necessarily actually water in here. It's a thinner, which is it's basically a water, but there's a difference between water and a paint thinner. Because there are paint thinners that are actually comprised of a chemical compound. I wouldn't recommend, like if you buy a thinner, like a paint thinner at like a hobby shop, don't pop the top and drink it, because it's not water. It's a chemical that's basically meant to keep it moist consistently. There's also a little bit of a soap or soap equivalent mixed in as well to make it so it'll chase into the recesses. Because that's what soap does. Soap chases into like recesses and tighter spaces. So that's effectively what a wash is. It's soap, a thinner, and paint. It's those three substances. Now you can simulate the effects of a wash with just watered down paint if you're quick enough. It's still, though, you're going to have to direct it into the recesses. It's not, because with a wash you can literally just spray it on a spot and it'll naturally chase into the recesses because of that soap. Like it's going to chase into those. But with a home DIY wash, if you want to call it that, where you're just thinning it with water, you're going to have to manually do that if you wanted to make it look as good. But that's the best way I know how to answer that question. So the answer is yes and no. More so no, a little bit less so yes. And when is it appropriate to use it? I wouldn't apply a wash until you've done the entire base coat. Because, well, if you don't have the base coat, and if you put a wash down first when you've only, like, primed it, then you're going to paint over it, so that kind of defeats the purpose. The goal of a wash is depending on how you're using it. You can use a reset, if you're trying to recess wash, then your goal is only to get, like, the darkening of the lines and like the between the panels. Like that's a good example of what I was doing a minute ago. I was using the wash to panel line. But if you're doing an overall wash where you're just slopping it on everything, it also leaves a staining effect which simulates, well, depending on the color of the wash, it simulates dirt, grime. It can also simulate a natural weathering effect, like on metal. Like if you use non-oil, which is a black wash on this metal, it'll leave a kind of a faded look, kind of like a darkening the recesses for metal, without giving it like a weathered look, like rust or like dirt on it. But a brown wash or dirt wash, whatever term you want to phrase, like Agrax Earthshade, that's meant to make it look like it was like stained with like mud and dirt. And that leaves that kind of staining effect. So the appropriate use of it is when you've done the complete base coat of everything, and you want to, and again, depending on what you're doing, regardless of which one you're doing, by the way, you still want to finish your base coat before you do. Wash is one of the last steps you do. It's either the last step you do or the second to last step you do. It's the last step you do if your goal is to... Hold on. It's the last step you do if you just want everything to look weathered and screwed up or like dirty and then just leave it. It's the second to last step if you want to do highlights. If you want, what a highlight is you have like the base coat, like the flat color that's underneath everything, and then a highlight is you do a slightly, or this is where it's kind of complicated. But highlights are kind of like a fade between this base color and like a lighter color towards where like the light is hitting the object more. So whatever your light source is, let's say it's just like a neutral up-down, like I would want this spot towards the top of the pauldron like almost an orange. Not quite an orange, it's still got to be clearly red, but just like a lighter shade. Maybe closer to a mid-tone between this red and pink. Towards right here, and then I want it to fade from this color to that, towards the very center here, to simulate that shade of light. You don't want to do that and then do a wash, because the wash will completely undo that effect of like that fade of the light into the highlight. So, again, depends on the outcome you are seeking. Band user. Wasn't one bit surprised when it leaked yesterday that Greta Thunberg plays Tau. She does? Wait, she plays 40k? Wait, she's still around? What? That's random. But welcome to the chat. How are you? What is love? Crap! The music is back in my head. No! Every time I have like an idle thought. Damn you, yokai. Don't keep it in my brain. I'm trying to leak out the thought. But he didn't start the fire. I like that song though. Tang's the one who hates that song. I don't hate like the Night at the Roxbury song, but it's always on repeat in my head sometimes. He didn't start the fire. It was always burning as the whole was turning. Oh man, that makes Tang go nuts. He hates that song. Okay. Now am I good to reset shade? Kinda, sorta, not really. Every time I think I'm good, something I notice. Correction, Tiki. That is the newbie Salamander theme song. Back when they're young and chipper. When they get older, the new theme song that a veteran Salamander hears is, "I don't want to set the world on fire." That's the song. Like as they have that psycho burning rage as they just light everything out. That's the difference between a young salamander and an old salamander. Old salamander, we didn't start the fire. It was always burning, the whole was turning. Hey, come on, sing along. Lord Kosif? Lord Kosif? What? What'd you say? You okay? You were kind of zooming out there. I'm sorry, I was focusing on burning the Drukhari. We're fighting Necrons, sir. We are? What the fuck are we doing here then? Oh, right, civilians are in danger, I suppose. That's a rough. I shot the sheriff! God damn, we're just gonna have a full-blown musical going on here. I will say this is probably my least productive stream on painting and assembling minis. I've assembled one mini, and I've almost finished painting a second. Painting another one. Oh, good lord. Fit each legion. I actually have a list of like my personal like theme songs for whenever I paint Marines. I don't know if I deleted my list though. I had it on my desktop. Hold on. I had like a literal like printed list of songs that I felt were like the theme song of each legion. I know it's a folder somewhere. Wait, did I put it in miscellaneous? If I did, I'm never gonna find it. Nope, there it is. Songs for the 18 Legion. Alright, I'm gonna read this out. So, I'm gonna go in order. These aren't numbered in order, by the way. These are just, they're alphabetically listed. So, Alpha Legion, Going Under. Assuming you guys know that song, so I'm gonna keep going. Blood Angels, We Drink Your Blood. That's powerful. Dark Angels, Man of War. Death Guard, Down with the Sickness. Emperor's Children, Miss Jackson. Imperial Fists, Bulletproof. Iron Hands, Zombie. Bad Wolves version. Iron Warriors, Crawling. That's Linkin Park. More Crawling. Night Lords, Sound of Madness by Shinedown. Raven Guard, Undead by Hollywood Undead. Salamanders, Human, which is the Rag and Bone, I think is the name of the guy who sings that song. I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. That's Salamanders, sorry. Sons of Horus, My Demons. Sons of Horus. I have two for Sons of Horus, sorry. Because I have My Demons and I have the Vengeful One. The Vengeful One. Space Wolves, Son of a Wolf. Thousand Suns, Way Down We Go. Ultramarines, Barbie Girl. I regret nothing. White Scars, Wolf Totem. Word Bearers, Starset, the band song of Monster. And World Eaters, I Hate Everything About You. That's like my playlist of like each of the legions. I know Sons of Horus is on there twice, but I really felt like both really needed to be like listed. I wish I could play it for you guys, but I don't want to get demonetized. Oh yeah, that's my my list. That, and I can't even turn on my output audio because it's still... I'm watching the bar go up. It's still repeating the alert sound. It has been this whole stream. I don't know what we did, but we broke it. What his head is like, how dare you sully Barbie Girl. No, I stand by it 100%. Anyway, checking it over one more time. I'm like, is there anything I forgot before I start doing the recess wash again? Nope, I'm good. Okay. Oh, man. Depressed Barbie Girl. True, I could label one of the songs Luna Wolves and the other one, Sons of Horus. That's true. I could have labeled them differently. I think that was my intent, though. Was like one was like pre-heresy, and the other one was post, or during and post. Like My Demons was pre, and the other one was during. Because Vengeful One is definitely when they were full-blown chaos. My Demons is also kind of in reference to the corruption of Horus. Alright, you're out. Have a great night. Alright, have a good one, Tiki. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did, brother. Thanks again for all the video and lore advice. No problem. Hope it helps. Doo-doo-doo. I'm sure someone's done it. I mean, there's no way no one's ever done it. I'm not the only one out there who hates Girly Man. The hatred for the king, the Papa Smurf, is extreme. And it's deserved. Anyway. Especially if you're a fan of Dorn. Like, there's no way you're a fan of Dorn and you don't hate Gilly. Unless you're one of those really weird people that's both a fan of Dorn and Girly. If so, you're just kind of an enigma in and of itself. You're a living shock. Osvaldo Javier. I'll just say Osvaldo. How you doing? Welcome to stream. Yeah. The two greatest traitors to the Imperium. Erebus and Girly Man. I stand by that. 100%. I always love getting into debate of like hardcore Ultramarine fans who can't, like, hardcore Ultramarine fans, like, they always dodge my greatest like disses of Girly Man because they know they don't have a good counter for it. And half of them don't even know the lore. That's why they're fans of fucking Girly Man. What he did, what Gilliman did to Dorn was absolute shit. Like, Dorn, all of fucking the Horus Heresy, and I always love the excuses I get, but all the Horus Heresy, what did Gilliman do? He sat his fat ass and stayed in the Macragge system in Ultramar, and just set up Imperial Secundus. And then tried to put Sanguinius as its emperor to be his proxy ruler. And that didn't work out. And he was the last to arrive on the Siege of Terra. Now, there are reasons. I'll give him that. There was shit going down. But, not good enough excuse, in my opinion, for everything that came after that. But he arrived late to the Battle of Terra. And what did he do? Well, as Dorn is there depressed, absolutely destroyed, because he actually, I don't know, fought in the goddamn heresy, also was the one to stand there and arrive late to find his dead favored brother Sanguinius, and his father the Emperor an inch away from joining him, his best friend of his brothers, next to Sanguinius, being Horus, has been nuked from reality. And he and Jagatai Khan had to carry the Emperor's dead corpse, or almost dead corpse, to the Golden Throne, entomb him in it, knowing full fucking well the Imperium at best was going to have its doom delayed. That's it. And despite the fact that Dorn had the title of the Praetorian of Terra, which became the replacement title for the War Master, because that title got tainted by Horus, he became the Emperor's, by the Emperor's own identification, his new right-hand man, the leader of the defense forces against the heresy and the traitor forces. He was next in line to lead the Imperium. And Gilliman shows up and just plops his fat ass down on the throne and says, I'm in charge. Oh, by the way, I wrote a book of arbitrary rules that I say you have to follow. And by the way, you know how, your favorite brother of ours, Horus, is nuked from existence? And Sanguinius, the golden child, your other best friend, oh yeah, he's fucking dead too. And Dad is now currently locked in basically a life support system. And our whole empire is pretty much fucked. I'm in charge now, though. You were named Praetorian of Terra? Oh, who cares? Emperor is dead, like, virtually dead now. Who cares what he called? Oh, you don't want to follow my codex? Okay. I'm gonna start another civil war if you don't. What's that, Dorn? Oh, it'll be the death of the Imperium and all of humanity? I don't care. Follow my damn rulebook. Why is that so hard? Why won't you do what I tell you to? Why do you want to destroy the Imperium, man? Why do you want to start this civil war? Me? What do you mean I'm the one? No, I'm telling you. I'm in charge, and I want you to follow this arbitrary rulebook. And if you don't, I'll start a civil war. And kill us all. Because... me. I still can't believe there are people who actually fucking like that guy. Gilliman is the shittiest person in the lore next to Erebus. Alright, see you later, yo mama. Have a good one. And no problemo. Alright. Oh yeah, Lehman wasn't very fucking helpful during that whole thing, but yeah. And again, like, every time I bring that up to an Ultramarines fanboy, I get one of two responses. Either they completely dodge the point and change subject, or they excuse it and say, oh, well, the Imperium would have been fucked either way, so it would have been fucked if we didn't employ the Codex. How do you know that? Because you're biased. That's why. It's like, oh, you liked Gilliman the most, so therefore his plan definitely is the only one that would have worked. Oh, sorry, there is a third one, deflection. They always go, oh, well, Dorn eventually thought it was the right plan anyway. No, he fucking didn't. Dorn did the right thing and realized that he needed to be the bigger man, and despite the fact that he was owed that throne, and despite the fact that he was in the right to have thrown Gilliman's ass off of it and said, fuck you and your codex, and go fuck yourself. Despite the fact he had every right to do that, he knew it would doom humanity, because Gilliman wasn't making an idle threat. He was going to start a species-annihilating civil war if they didn't follow his fucking codex. And Dorn knew it. So Dorn said, fuck it. My dad's dead. My two favorite brothers are dead. One of my remaining ones is fucking me over right now and taking everything I had. And when I say everything, he took everything from him. Dorn had left. After the Emperor virtually being dead, after Sanguinius being dead and Horus being dead, and the whole war having been nothing but a complete disaster to the entire Imperium, and space travel is now entirely reliant on the Emperor barely keeping himself alive to maintain a little light in the warp when they travel. And the Webway project being destroyed. Everything's fucked. The one thing he had left was his sons. The Imperial Fists. That's the one thing he had left. And it's the one thing Gilliman took from him. The one thing he had left, and it was taken from him. Because he wasn't going to be allowed to maintain the Legion. They have to be less than 1,000. So he had to spread out his sons into the Imperium and become independent bodies that he is not allowed to control. Oh no, not just that. What is hate? Dorn also put in the last. See, this is proof, by the way, that when fucking girly man soy boys make this point, I always love dashing it. It's like, oh, well, Dorn eventually thought the Codex was the right thing to do. No, he didn't. He was the bigger man, didn't want to start a species annihilating civil war. And he put in the last wall protocol across all his sons and their chapters. One last fuck you to the Codex and Gilliman. If the Imperium was ever at the brink of destruction, the last wall protocol was to be activated, and all of Dorn's sons were to reunite under one banner as the Imperial Fist Legion, completely abandoning the Codex. Until that was ever required, they would pay lip service to it and obey it, because they didn't want to give in and annihilate the species. Dorn was the bigger fucking man. Personally, I don't know if I'd be that big. I just can't imagine being in that situation. My everything I have is destroyed. The one thing I have left is being ripped away from me. And the guy who's doing it is also like, he's just this pompous fucking prick like Gilliman. Nah. For me, I'd be like, fuck this species. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's have this species annihilating civil war. Let's do it. Why not? Let's speed this fucking process along, Blondie. Let's go. Anyway, that's why I hate Gilliman. And I hate the Ultramarines by extension. Hate them. Where was I? Oh yeah, recession. You blame Matt Ward? Trust me, nobody else has really done that good writing the Ultramarines anyway. Don't only agreed by being in self-torture room for several days a month. Yes. And that was just to calm himself down, which, by the way, I get. Like, all that shit happening, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna go torture myself for a little bit, because that's less painful than this shit. Can I blame him? Nope. I get it. I get it, bro. Mutilating, like, aggravated torture of your arm, or listening to Gilliman rant about why you should obey and submit to him. I'd take the torture. In fact, turn it on extra high, please. Girly Man was the last permit they would bring back? What? They already brought him back. He was the first they brought back. Because, of course, the fucking... the Blue Man group had to get their fucking daddy-o back. I'm still so mad about that. I'd have to see the exact text of him saying he regrets it now, but even the guy, Gilliman's such an ego fucking maniac, I have no doubt in my mind. His regret of that decision isn't as nearly as much as it should be. For him, it's more of a, maybe that wasn't a great idea. Meanwhile, Dorn in the fucking ether, like, fuck you, Blondie! Ugh. That is the one bright side I do look at. Girly Man being back, he will suffer. Just not nearly enough. The one thing I know I'm gonna be irritated back with the Lion coming back now is I know the GW writer, the Black Library writers cannot help themselves. Like Girly Man is like the protagonist to them, so characterizing his choices as like true mistakes and shit, like they're not gonna do. So I know for a fact the Lion, although by lore and by everything they've established about the Lion and the Gilliman, the Lion should confront him about so many fucking things. Like the Primaris, first of all, being a big fucking one. But I know like GW is not gonna do it. Like they're just gonna have the Lion go, "Oh, Girly Man, you did the right thing. I support you. Alright, I'm gonna go beat up Angron now. Goodbye." I hope I'm wrong. I do, but I have a feeling I'm not. And that's what disappoints me. Did I get all the recesses? I thought I did. But every time I look at it, I feel like I'm missing a couple. I could get right there. Yeah, we're in the 42nd millennia now. Because it's 41 plus. So yeah, we're in the instead of the 41st millennium, now we're in the 42nd. So we are on the part where full Tyranid invasion is happening. I mean, that's the setup for 10th. I don't know where everything is on the timeline, but yep. Although it's weird because they're setting up with the same time they're setting up 10th, they're also with the Lions release. His setup is against Angron specifically, though. I know that both conflicts are happening at the same time, but it feels kind of weird to have like because the thing is, the Tyranid conflict obviously is the box set focus, right? So you know it's like the main conflict. Like the main conflict of the Indominus Crusade was with the Necrons. So. But with Indominus, there wasn't like a predominant like fucking Primarch crossing blades with, well, there was Guilliman and Mortarion, but that was happening before the release of Indominus, if I recall correctly. If I'm recalling incorrectly, then never mind. Maybe this is going to be the trend going forward. Like, the main box set feels like the secondary conflict when you actually look at the fact that two Primarchs are squaring off. In the case of Indominus, if I am wrong, and it was happening around the same time, Mortarion and Girlyman were squaring the fuck off. At the same time, Indominus was happening. They were facing the Necrons. And now with this 10th edition, the Space Marines are squaring off against the new Tyranid swarms. At the same fucking time, the Lion is squaring off with Angron. Like, that feels more significant to me, at least grand scope, compared to the Bug Hunt. Then again, depending on your perspective, most people tend to think like the Tyranids are a bigger threat than Chaos. I don't know how I feel about that. Sometimes I agree, but then when I think about it, like, I don't know if I like that thematically. I like the idea, but I don't know if I like the thematic vibe of it. Like, Chaos feels a lot lesser than Bugs, which kind of fits. I mean, 13 Black Crusades all failed, so at this point, Bugs would be more of a concern. Rosendor will probably just kill them all. Probably. True. In Angron v. Lion, I do see the Lion winning that fight. Although I don't know if I can compliment the Lion's martial ability that much. It's more that it's one of those cases where it's a savage bestial monster. That's what Angron was before he was a demon prince. But now he's just a savage, mindless fucking mongrel that just wants to fucking beat the shit out of everything in front of it. It's not really thinking. There's no strategy. It's pure raw savagery versus controlled. Basically, if I had to really simplify the fight between Angron and the Lion, it's kind of broken all the way down to a ravenous force versus, I don't know. Let me word it like this. It's raging hot anger versus cold fury. That's like a really simplistic way to put it, but that's effectively what's happening. And the Lion, I think, will win that fight. First of all, there's no way they're gonna bring the Lion back and then Angron fucking kills him. As funny as that would be to me, I don't think they're going to do it. So, even writing-wise, they're not going to do that. But, secondly, the lore does set that up, that the Lion is an effective force against this kind of a threat. And he is a cold fury, whereas Angron is a raging hot fury. One is unpredictable, wild, and manic. The other one is unpredictable, malicious, Isn't the word I want to use here. Unpredictable, malicious, encroaching. I think I'll use that one. Point is, it's in either case, regardless. Yeah. Wait, why are you accusing me of not remembering the book? Because I'm not bringing it up? The fuck? What is hate? Yeah, I'm not... Did I say something that contradicts that? Like... The fuck? I think I know why Angron has the butcher's nails to drown out Girly Man's ramblings on logistics, other stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. Obviously, lore-wise, that's not how that happens. But if it was between the butcher's nails or listening to Girly Man rant, it would be a hard choice. At first. But no, I remember quite well. Girly Man. I remember quite well. The lion on Caliban did arrive on his pod in the middle of the forest too, amongst the monsters and the corrupt. The thing is, it wasn't quite clear if the corrupted monsters were like pure demons or if they were natural animals born on Caliban that were just simply chaos corrupted. So they became kind of like a mix between. They're kind of like a middle point between demon and animal. So it wasn't quite clear in the book what the case was. It's very clear it was chaos corruption. I mean, the Watchers in the Dark and the Imperium confirmed it was chaos corruption. But again, what form? Like, was it a corruption, or was there a straight up gate opened up on the planet where demons were getting let loose? If I recall correctly, actually, no, they confirmed they were animals because that last, like, Night Order outside of the one that, the Dark Angels, outside of them, the other final Night Order that was trying to preserve one of the beasts said that if these beasts are completely annihilated, then chaos will consume the planet. Well, they didn't say it explicitly. A malicious force will consume the planet, ergo, chaos. So, they weren't demons. They certainly weren't like full-on bloodletters and shit. No, they were animals corrupted by the warp forces on the planet. So yeah, because that element of the story kind of confirmed that. They were still a threat. Don't get me wrong, and they were still absolutely a nightmare to deal with, but they weren't full-blown demons. Oh, my neck. I guess that's one way to put it. You okay? Yeah, they were demons, but not daemons, like what we know them to be. So yeah, that's. But regardless, it's very different from fighting a blood. Even if they were demons, right? Even if they were straight up the chaos demons, it's very different of levels between a demon Primarch, a demon prince, because quite frankly, as far as they've always been displayed, it's demon Primarch, demon prince, and then like the rest of the demons. I don't know where on that power scale necessarily like a greater demon would be. Like I think somewhere between demon prince and demon Primarch, or somewhere on their level. But regardless, those big guys versus like the standard demons is very different from those levels, right? So if we go with that idea that the animals corrupted by chaos on Caliban were true demons and they were fighting bloodletters and shit, that's still not the same level of a fight as a Demon Primarch. Certainly gives him a lot of strength and a lot of ability and pre-exposure to the same type of force. So you can certainly say that might give him a slight leaning in the fight. But, you know, I think a good example would be, just because you raise and deal with bobcats doesn't mean you're prepared for a mountain lion. Just because you chase off coyotes doesn't mean you're prepared for a wolf pack. If you know what I mean. Like, the levels are different. They're similar. There are things you can take from one to face the other. But, invariably, the levels are wicked different. But yeah, the animal demon-like things in the Forest of Caliban, those things were basically acting as batteries, absorbing chaos energy. That's why wiping them out was a bad thing, because when you wipe them out, where does the chaos energy of the Immaterium go? The people, and everything else in the planet. So it's kind of a fucked up thing about that. It's also, it's kind of that intrigue, though, that made those novels so good, though, I will say. It's just that idea that, wait, we're not supposed to kill these giant, monstrous, ravenous things? It's like, no, because guess what? There's something worse. Why do you think they are the way that they are? It's because the force that made them what they are. If you get rid of them, that goes somewhere else. What else is there but us on the planet? Boom. It's kind of a ball drop moment in the narrative where I was like, oh wow, that's good writing. God, I missed that in later books. Oh man. Some of the later books in the series are really not good. I will say there's not a single Horus Heresy novel I'd say I hate or dislike explicitly. There is one in the Siege of Terra series I don't like. It's the Saturn 9 book. I really don't like that one. Mainly because it introduces Erda. And, ooh boy. Boy, did the Lord get taken out at the kneecaps on that one. Now, Timmy, don't kill the mutated lion, or your grandma will turn into a spawn. Well, effectively, yeah. Like the ravenous beasts of Caliban were absorbing, or acting as a ward of sorts, for the Immaterium. So, again, like it was a cool little narrative that they put there, and also that's a great way to characterize the chaos, right? Like it's a force that can be kept at bay, as long as it has something to attach to in the Materium. Something that will withhold its corruption to something else. It also puts into character that it's a force that cannot be stopped. It cannot be prevented, and it cannot be dealt with. Like, you cannot prevent it. But what you can do is find ways to mitigate it. And in the case of Caliban, the way they could have mitigated it was maintaining the beast population and keeping enough of them around to ward off the worst of the Immaterium. And of course, yeah, what I say is correct. Calling off the worst ones would be fine. But still, you'd have to keep around a decent population to continue acting as the wards. Some people say the Alpha Legion book, the first Alpha Legion book, was the best one. I don't know if I heard that. Don't get me wrong, it was a good book too. It was very well written, and the intrigue, whew, I was not prepared for some of the twists and turns on that one. But better than the was it more engaging? It was more intrigue. I would say that, like, the intrigue in it, top tier, but overall story, narrative, and characters, I'd say I like Flight of the Eisenstein better. I even like the as much as it had literally nothing to do with anything in the greater scheme of the narrative, Galaxy in Flames, or Galaxy at Flames, something like that. That book where the Space Wolf, the Ultramarines, and the Thousand Suns guy all had like their Avengers, and that were in the One World Eater, their Avengers team unit thing. It was a fun book and a fun story with better characters, in my opinion, but it had literally fuck all to do with the rest of everything else. You don't have enough money for anything Warhammer? I can't. I get that. I do. The sad thing is I there was a meme I saw recently where it was like, other hobbies and saying they're expensive. Meanwhile, Warhammer, hold my beer. And one of the hobbies it showed in like the images was like collecting cars, and I'm like, when you factor in how much even I have spent on Warhammer overall over the last decade I've been into it, I probably spent well over a couple $1,000s on this. For the same amount of money, I probably could have bought a fixer-upper car and sold it for like double. Meanwhile, you can't say the same for this. Pierce, unironically, I think it's cheaper to collect swords. I would argue that. Especially when we start getting up into armies that are like 2,000 plus points or more. No, I think you got the right book. What is hate? It was Word Bearer's ship going to Ultramar to try and fuck up McCrag and everything else. It was like this. It reminds me of that storyline in like the Star Wars: The Clone Wars when the Separatists got that big fuck off ship that could send out like a shockwave that disables a bunch of technology. It's kind of like that same arc, but in Warhammer. And just like it led nowhere. Like, again, I'm pretty sure it's the book Galaxy in Flames. I could have the wrong book in my head, but that book is a fun story in the Horus Heresy. It's a good story. It's got great characters. In my opinion, like, some of the best combinations with having a World Eater, 2 Ultramarines, a Thousand Suns Marine, and a Space Wolf all together. It sounds like a bar joke right there. All of them in like their own little Avengers team going up against a Word Bearer's ship that's trying to fuck them up. Or trying to fuck up the McCrag system. But, again, none of the characters are ever referenced again. The storyline leads nowhere. Like, at all. None of the consequences that occurred were actual big-scale consequences. It was a one-off kind of novel and storyline. By all accounts, it might as well not be canon, since it's never referenced again. Like, like nothing. Like it's just the book existed and then didn't virtually. And like there's no mention of like even the ruins of that ship after they destroyed it. There's no intrigue about the World Eater character that was amongst the crew of the good guys. By the way, in that storyline, he was on the loyalist side. He doesn't become a Grey Knight. He doesn't join the Death Watch. He doesn't do it. He disappears. Same with the Thousand Suns guy, and his like magic. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just it has fuck all to do with the rest of the timeline. So that's what makes it, in my opinion, one of the bad books to read, because it's a waste of time if you're trying to actually intrigue yourself into the Horus Heresy. It's set during the time, but tonally it's not like the rest of them. It has no references to the rest of them or reference back. It's just completely in its own little bubble. The Battle of Kalf? I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. Because the whole book is a space-faring thing. Like, they go on, like, an enemy ship and stuff. There's a segment in the book where all the other Marines, I think, except the World Eater, because I think he was, like, by himself trapped on the Wordbearer ship. But the Ultramarines and the Space Wolf were like pushed back into an airlock by like the Thousand Suns guy, and he had to use magic to save himself from getting killed. And then like he reappeared in front of them. And it was like, "I'm fine, guys." And then the Space Wolf like turned on him instantly and said, "You used fucking magic, You're dead." He went from, like, he sacrificed himself. We will honor him and wait, he's alive? Use magic? Well, fuck you. I mean, again, like, which one is it? Now it's gonna annoy me until I bring it up. I know it's one of, like, the first 5 books. I'm pretty sure. Horus Rising, False Gods, Galaxy in Flames, Flight of the Eisenstein, Fulgrim, Descent of Angel's Legion, Battle for the Abyss, Mechanicum. Hold on.
Chapter 3. God of the Furious Abyss, Psychic Scream, Visions of Home. Coralis Dock was one of many on Vangelis. A wide, flat plain of plate metal stretched out from its many station houses and listening spires, ending in a trio of fanged docking clamps where the various visiting craft could make harbour and take on or drop off cargo. Arriving at the main control hub of Coralis, the 3 Astartes found themselves in a tight chamber that overlooked the dock. Thick, interwoven cables looped from the ceiling, and dim, flickering halogen globes illuminated the bent-back menials and cogitator servitors working the hub.
I hope I don't get in trouble with copyright for this.
Light, thrown from numerous picked screens and data displays, fought weakly against the gloom. An azure holosphere was located in the center of the chamber, rotating above a gunmetal dais. It depicted Vangelis spaceport in grainy, intermittent resolution and a wide arc surveyor net that projected several thousand meters from the surface. A large convex viewport confronted the Astartes at the far wall, through which they could see the magnificent vista of reels just below floor level and swathed in shadow. Dim lights set into the edge of the vestibule cast weak illumination onto their faintly writhing, delivered with extreme force. With a warp in tumult, the energy-faced piece of armor with a pair of discreet horns on either side of the temple. Even through it, Ixthalon's thinly veiled contempt was obvious. "Perhaps we should address the matters at hand, brother," he counseled, lingering sarcastically on the last word. Zadkiel sat back down in the command throne.
Okay.
It was sculpted to accept it.
So, Battle for the Abyss. That's the one I was thinking of. I had the wrong one. Yeah, so I need to listen to that one a little more. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Battle for the Abyss. Because I think that's the name of the ship, the Wordbearer ship. Battle for the Abyss. So, but regardless, again, it has fuck all to do with the rest of the timeline. It's a good story. That's the thing. That's what annoys me about it. It's a fun, good story with a great cast of characters from different chapters. But the Battle of Akoth have Wordbearers and Ultramarines. Yeah, but keep in mind what I said. Again, you gotta listen to my words. It wasn't just Ultramarines. The team consisted of... it was Wordbearers versus Ultramarines, but the team that went up against the ship consisted of 2 Ultramarines, 1 Space Wolf, 1,000 Suns Marine, and a Wordbearer. Sorry, a World Eater. My bad. And a World Eater. I'll catch the VOD tomorrow. Alright, see you later, Danny and Lindsay. Have a good one, man. Actually, I might call it soon here, too. I think I did way more talking this stream than I did painting, though. I feel bad about that. But it's midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. I do kind of want to somewhat get this guy done. All I gotta do to finish the Marine, though, is do the non-oil wash. The base isn't done, but screw it. To get the miniature, like the actual guide done, I'll do this. Yeah, so I'm just gonna apply the wash. Oh, I'm gonna use a bigger brush. Well, technically you weren't right. You were right about the novel you were trying to think of, or remind of, but you told me that the book I was thinking of was The Battle of Calth, which is not correct. So you were right and wrong. Which is better than me, because I was just wrong about which book I was trying to think of. So at least you're correct from a certain point of view. I'm just wrong. But that's pretty normal. My thing is, my memory is not very good. For like specific like names and stuff. I'm very good at remembering like imagery. Like when I hear like a descriptor, or when I hear like when I'm given the visual, that's usually when my brain clicks. It's like, oh, okay, that's the thing I was thinking of. But if I'm just told like the name of something, it doesn't click. Not usually. Well, it's how can you call it wondering when you told me when you told me if I scroll up in the chat. Oh, I'm gonna scroll up in the chat. Line. Okay, it was a line discussion. Fight over the biggest battleship around the world. Our degree swords be cheaper. Okay. No, I'm thinking about the Abyss. I think you're... okay, so right there. You went... no, I'm thinking about the Abyss. I think you're talking about the one with the Battle of Calth. So you told me that the one I was thinking of was the Battle of Calth. You didn't ponder. You didn't just like go, oh, I think... well, you did actually. No, my bad. No, I think... no, I'm think... wait, no. My brain not working today? No, I'm think. Am I? I might be dyslexic. No, I'm think about the abyss. I think your talk. I can't read. No, I'm think about. Am I reading that right, or am my brain just not fucking working? Okay, I think I'm reading that right. No, I'm think about the abyss. I think you're talking about the one with the Battle of Kolth. I think I read it that right this time. Whatever. Anyway, I just want to get this done. I'm going to go to bed. I need to take ibuprofen and crash. I am tired. I might stream again tomorrow. I might. Well, I'm definitely going to stream tomorrow in some capacity. Whether it's going to be this is up for debate. Because I have to host my Cyberpunk Raid campaign tomorrow, and I really want all my players. I cannot progress the campaign if I don't have all my players available, and I haven't been able to get all my players to sit down and play a fucking game since the very first time we played. Since then, every single session I'm missing at least one player, and don't worry, I'm guilty of that too. I've missed some sessions myself, but no matter what. We've been missing people, and it's got to stop. I need everybody tomorrow, otherwise, like, the story just cannot progress. Like, I'm tired of trying to excuse players being out and trying to progress the story without them, because it just feels so shitty when people come back, and it's like, you missed out on so many significant decisions. Yeah, so, but if I have even a single player call out tomorrow, I'm just gonna have to nix the session, because we just simply cannot progress at this rate without the players actually being there. Ugh. Okay, so I think that's all the metallic bits washed. The eyes are done. The recess shading is done. It does need to be edge highlighted, but kidnapping. No. Boba Fett, Samus Aran, Lobo. Lobo? If it was Lobo, I'm fucked. So I have a job for all of you. Ah, you're devious. You're devious. Ah, my eye. Good. First grab. Had to grab Ryko and Flesh Shade because I need to put that on the gold. What happened? Right now I'm just wrapping up some last little touches here. This marine is virtually done. All that's left now is edge highlighting and the base. That's literally it. So baseline he's done. Like this is tabletop ready, but well, not by my standard, but by like the standard of most, he is tabletop ready. So I am going to call it. Again, I will likely, or, well, I hope it's not likely, I will possibly stream miniature painting tomorrow during the day, and hopefully actually do more of painting and assembling. We gotta do a lot of, like, discussions that distracted, so we'll see. Hey, Mr. Bones, joining in kind of late. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I've been going for 5.5 hours. Yeah, just about 5.5 hours. So almost like a full 8-hour day shift. It's 2 hours short, 2.5 hours short. Honestly, I could have done a full 8, but have a good one, Asmogan. Have a good one, Osvaldo, and Mr. Bones, and everybody else. I've been here, been in the background while I play Battlefield. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being here, man. Appreciate it. Tons of lore to talk about. Yeah, lots of stuff. But I need some sleep. And yeah, again, if I don't stream Cyberpunk, this will probably be the thing to do. Pick back up. But I'm really hoping I get to host my game because I just want to progress the damn story. I need everybody there. So have a good one, guys. Everyone sleep well. Everyone rest well. Everyone do well and be well.